All right. Greetings, everyone. Tonight we have a slightly different gaming chat. Instead of Scott and I sloshing around here and other Scott, instead of other Scott and me sloshing around here and just making in-jokes to my gaming group, I actually asked, and foolishly he agreed, Scott Demers, the creator of Dragons Down, if he would want to join me tonight and talk about Dragons Down, which is coming very soon, right?
Yeah, it's ship should be docking if it hasn't already any day now. So.
I I'm stupidly excited. This is the only game I've ever kickstarted. I will say that I've seen 1,000 Kickstarters come and go, and I've been like, yeah, that looks great, but you know what? I can't be bothered. Nor or I don't want to take a chance on a game that may or may not come or is going to come a year from now. Like, I hate spending money and then waiting, if that makes any sense.
Yep.
But this
You're
was
an gratification guy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm terrible. Look, I'm awful. My Steam catalog would show that I'm just not good with anything money wise. But saw Dragons Down. Obviously, there's a little bit of a lineage there. Not lineage, but you know what I mean, like a love letter to Magic Realm there, which I certainly resonate with, and. I mean, and frankly, playing the TTS, the mod, actually cemented it at that point. I pulled the mod, played it, and thought, done. And then I kickstarted right after. So I'm very excited.
That was why we created the mod. Was that was because of the folks who I think had have familiarity with Magic Realm or wanted to give it a try. Right? Make sure it's for you. And if it's for you, we'd love to have you. And if it's not for you, I respectfully understand.
Well, and I'm always a little bit 50-50 on a TTS. I always feel bad if I'm playing a tabletop sim and I have not purchased the physical game. I feel like I'm cheating, kind of somewhat. On the other hand, it's nice to have a demo of a game because board games are ridiculously expensive now.
Yeah, well, and let's be clear, right? I mean, I had full confidence that the people who try the tabletop simulator mod will like the game. I have full confidence in the game, right? I didn't design a slouch of a game.
Oh, wow. No,
hopefully that's not egotistical or landing is egotistical, but maybe if I didn't have confidence in the game, I wouldn't have created a mod, and then I would have just taken your money and ran.
Hope to get the stealth kill in kind of thing, right?
Hopefully not fail my hide roll after I take a snipe shot with my bow and arrow. If we're going to talk in Dragons Down terms,
absolutely. So I do have some questions for you. Like I said, I told you even offline. I said I hope the conversation ultimately flows naturally, but just in case, I have questions for you, and I do want to start. You
did make a suggestion, by the way, to help the conversation flow. So
there you go. So the first question would be, what are you drinking? You're drinking Stella.
So I'm not a big drinker, to be honest. If you added up all the alcohol I've drank in the last year, it's probably like five alcoholic beverages.
I think I need to cancel my Kickstarter. I mean, obviously that's a problem, right? I mean, I don't know.
I used to go pretty hard, and then one day I just realized that I don't need to be any more outgoing. So any more outgoing and I'm annoying. So there's that borderline. So by the end of this thing, you might be so sick of me you cancel your Kickstarter anyway.
I'm hoping it's too late, that it's already on its way, sort of, or at least close to. It's yeah. So now I am drinking, just so we have Knob Creek 7. This is sort of my go-to rye. I always say that drinking whiskey, you have to find your floor. And I don't mean that literally. I don't mean the floor. I just mean, what's the cheapest whiskey you can be pleased with, right? Because otherwise it gets super expensive. I used to drink scotch, and I'm like, holy crap, this is costing me $1 billion to drink, scotches. So I'm like, well, let's go to bourbons or ryes. And I'm like, these are and so you find that floor.
Right.
But
I
okay,
understand.
you're not here to talk about my crippling alcohol addiction. You're here to talk about Dragon's Down, and that's good. So I just want to let's start with just the brief history. Like when did you come up with the idea for Dragon's Down, and when did you get that impetus, that inspiration to go for it, like really honestly get it done, kind of.
Yeah, I found a prototype of mine from 20 years ago, so that might give a time frame as to when how long I've been marinating on this thing. Um, Magic Realm is the greatest game ever created, full stop, in my opinion. It's just an amazing thing. And I learned the first edition when I was 9 or 10 years old, and I distinctly remember crying, truly.
We like
And
crying. It's okay.
like as a 9 or 10 year old learning first edition rules, breaking open an Avalon Hill game, and then it being Magic Realm. I distinctly remember crying as I was trying to learn the rules. There is a reason there's a second edition of the rules, and now even obviously a third edition.
Joy or pain?
Oh, no, it was pain. It was like, this doesn't make sense, right? Who is this Richard Hamlin guy? Turns out he's a genius. He just is
Yeah.
like the most, his mind was a supercomputer in the 70s.
It's funny.
And so, yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
It's funny. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm gonna have a bad habit. I'll occasionally interrupt you. I do apologize. I also got the game when I was 9. I got it I picked it up. I wanted it for my birthday. I saw it at Toys R Us, believe it or not. It was sitting on a shelf in Toys R Us, and that freaking sorcerer, that front painting on that thing, like to a kid that just discovered Dungeons and Dragons, a year ago or months ago, kind of thing,
Yep.
was freaking like flypaper. Like I was like, I want that.
Yeah. Right, done. And the truth is, it became my favorite game. I was a big Avalon Hill game guy, a war gamer, and I think you share a similar history. And then I got Magic Realm, and I would lay in my bed at night and dream about the adventures I had. And when a game can awaken that kind of feeling inside you, you found something. You found something meaningful to your life. And as a 9 or 10 year old, I found it incredibly meaningful to me. And so circling back to your question, which is how long have I been working on this? What was the goal? What was the dream?
Yeah.
And when did I decide to go for it? I wanted that feeling that I had of just imagining this grand adventure I had just had or was having. But in a game that a person with modern standards could actually learn how to play. And so my brothers and I had been creating games for as long as I can remember. I remember at the bicentennial playing a game that my brother, who would have been 12 or 13 at the time, had designed that had the ship creations mechanic that became popular in Eclipse, where you literally would build your ship by putting together parts. My brother had that idea when he was 12 years old, right? And so we were playing that instead of watching the bicentennial celebration. That would be 1976. And so this has been just in my blood for that long. And all my game designs start with that theme, that feeling first. If you don't have a feeling about a game, like if you don't feel something in a game I play, you don't feel the theme, I have failed.
So you said, okay, so this was rolling in your head about 20 years ago, even, right? But so when did you then
go for it?
Yeah, when's that moment where you're like, oh no, I think I can get this on, honest to goodness, out the door. Like I think this can get done.
Yeah, that had to do with meeting Mr. B Games, Sean Brown, the owner of Mr. B Games. He did my first big game, which was Hellenica. We raised in 2 campaigns about $250,000. Hellenica, Story of Greece. It's a 4X game for 1 to 7 players set in ancient Greece. And that's when I realized I can do a large game that could encompass all of the things that I wanted to have in it. And the breakthrough that made me realize, that made me realize I can do a game and I could publish a game. The thing that made me realize I could do Dragons Down was the cube-based combat. instead of the chit-based combat.
Oh, okay. So I actually wrote that down. I did not send that. I didn't post that to you with the question, but I actually made a note. I need to talk about combat because I will say, and don't get me wrong. There's all kinds of things, and I will talk. Oh, I don't like this part, or I don't like. And usually, and unfortunately, I'm a negative guy generally. So keep that in mind. Like if I say I don't like something, I actually probably really care about, right? Because it's. But I will say, combat in Dragon's Down really is a good system. That the cube system really works. It truly is, I think, simpler in that there's less sort of absolute bits, and yet it hits everything you want it to hit. And I think actually, because here's the thing. I always tell people, I say, well, Magic Realm tricks you into thinking it's a combat game because there's a lot of rules to combat in Magic Realm.
Yep.
But in reality, combat in Magic Realm, the decision tree isn't that wide. It's mostly solved. You either don't fight this fight, you fight this fight and win, and there's a super narrow band of interesting fights that you have to then make decisions about.
Yep.
And that's a super narrow band.
Will I attack? Will I hit first and I cover myself, or will I hit second and I want to not cover my maneuver?
Right. Well, and again, there's just that very small, narrow. Oh, I'm the Amazon and I meet 6 goblins. Do I want to do this fight or not? Now they're the axe goblins, so if they don't flip, I'm pretty good, and if they start to flip, I'm sort of hosed. And that's that narrow band of interesting fights. And I say the one thing about Dragon's Down, which I really love, is that band of interesting fights is way wider. And the cube combat, and the other thing the cube combat really does, in my opinion, is then it opens up itemization, because all the weapons in Dragon's Down then become super interesting.
So thank you.
So how did you come up with that? Where'd that come from? So let's go there. I realized I didn't ask a question. I just fanboyed at you for like 5 minutes or whatever instead of asking you a question. So how did you come up?
Reminds me of a Simpsons episode. I'm tired of talking about me for a while. Why don't you talk about me for a little while?
Sorry, I apologize. So okay. So where'd that come from? So how did you come up with that?
So again, let's circle back to Hellenicus' story of Greece. One of the unique things about that game is, again, the use of cubes. Your actions are cubes on a player board, and when you take an action, you move a cube from your board to a building to activate that building. And every single miniature in that game has a little receptacle that holds a cube that shows whether it's under construction or it is exhausted. And I started realizing, these cubes, if you did them in different colors, could represent different things, right? Because in Hellenica, it's, I'm the yellow player, so all my cubes are yellow. But I started realizing, well, what if I had a variety of colors and I could use them for various things? And there was that aha moment where I said, this incredibly simplifies the way combat is done, because you don't have to manage chits and asterisks and whether you used this many, which means you have to exhaust, or, oh, this happened and therefore you have to wound. And so there was this idea. Now, the one thing I didn't know and I needed to play test was, were there just things you did? In other words, the illusion of choice, when in reality there's always a choice. And playtesting, the private playtesting I did before ever even thinking about launching the campaign, showed, holy smokes, there are 1,000 choices here. And with the other thing that really contributed to that being the hit if equal in speed or miss if not equal in speed on the hit die, which meant that now there are really interesting choices about how fast you want to maneuver versus how fast you want to attack for when you're close in speed. So those two things together, I think, really opened up what Dragon's Down does from a combat perspective.
Yeah, I really appreciate the combat. Like that is a good like Dragon's Down is more of a like Magic Realm. I go, yeah, it's not a combat game. Don't worry about it. There's a choice. There's an answer in Magic Realm typically. And don't get me wrong. Obviously, you could sit there and certain combats in Dragon's Down, you go, well, I mean,
win.
I play 3 speed cubes and I'm going to hit this guy and kill him before he can do anything. There are those fights. But there's just so many more where you go, well, okay, that's fine. But I can kill that guy, but then these other 2 guys are going to savage me that round, and so on. Or even more to the point, it's not. Yeah. So I do love that the fighting. Yeah, I apologize.
No, I am. So the other thing too that the first time I've taught the game with the physical components was at Gen Con this year.
Oh, really?
And I think I ran 10 games, something like that. And my first couple games, I taught people the way I thought it should be taught, but I had never physically taught it before. And about the third or fourth game in, I realized that something I was missing in my explanation of combat that is really helpful. And which also is where I think most of these fantasy adventure games fail. Might be too strong of a word, but and remember that I always want people to be immersed in the game, right?
Okay.
And so nothing takes me out of immersion more than when I look over things and I go, okay, I'm going to roll the dice now. I need a 7 to hit, and I throw the dice. One of the things that I started doing at Gen Con was I said, combat in Dragon's Down is really visceral. It's visceral. It's tactical. You are choosing how much strength you're going to put into your swing, how much speed you're going to put into your attack, and how much speed you're going to put into trying to avoid getting hit. But there's a limited number of cubes, and so you're going to have to make difficult choices about which are the most important for that particular round of combat. And that one thing, like I remember one guy literally like faking wiping drool away from his mouth when he heard that description at Gen Con. Right?
I'm not sure I appreciate the description of wiping drool from, like, I think that's hilarious, by the way. But I'm like, okay, that's very.
Oh, this is great. So I appreciated that guy quite a bit.
And the other thing too, which I think again, combat. So let's understand something. I love the chits in Magic Realm. I think having 16 or having the set of chits, and I just said 16, but there's 12 chits, right? And having the fatigue, and I think that's great. I just think that ultimately the combat system as a whole largely comes down to I win, I'm not going to win this, or let's see what happens, kind of, right? There's a super narrow, and again, I just think Dragon's Down really nails doing all of that.
Yep.
But allowing that band in the middle to be way wider. The fact that I can go, well, man, I just don't have the cubes to play, but I can still hit him.
Yep.
Like I can still try. I can still go all out defense and still try to hit this guy, and I have a shot. And I love the fact that I'm always going to do 1 cube, at least. I'm going to do at least a wound, which again means that any character could theoretically kill any monster. Now, good luck with that staff hitting that Death Knight. But you can. And so, again, I think that opens it up. Now, I know that there's the fumble and stumble rules, but I never really liked those for Magic Realm.
I didn't either. And circling back, one maybe final comment on the differences between the two is more is not more fun. More is just more. And that's something I see in a lot of worker placement games nowadays. The games that sometimes get thrown in, called point salad games.
Sure.
Some of the more complex war games, and there's more, and there's more, and it's got more of this and more of that. And that doesn't necessarily mean better. And I think Magic Realm is a great example of that. If you are on the Discord server, you'll see many conversations I have with people where they have an idea for something, and I'll go, yep, and that's rules creep, and I won't do that. or and maybe not. I don't say quite that directly because the ideas are amazing. And let's be clear, I love them as house rules, and I do believe there's a transfer of ownership. I've designed the game the way I want it to be, and now it's yours. You're the one who paid the money. It's not my game anymore. So you make it what you want it to be, and if you want to add that complexity, that's great. I'm trying to get the Magic Realm experience, the Dragons Down experience, that visceral, that dream that I had when I was laying in bed as a 10-year-old of just imagining my adventures. I'm trying to get that into as many souls as I can.
Yeah, and I do. I think it's interesting because there's I always say, and I work in coding, right? I manage coders, and I always talk about the minimum level of complexity, right? There's always a level of complexity which is required because the problem is complex, and then there's complexity that we do ourselves, right? And I do think in a lot of ways you have avoided that unnecessary complexity. Now, I don't always agree that that complexity is necessarily bad. I think there's a lot of times, I don't know, but I have not gotten from any of the discussions that you've had or that I've had with you that you're a tabletop role player. Would that be fair, or do you play?
I used to do a lot of Dungeons and Dragons when I was a kid. But no, I don't do it now.
Okay. And that's and I am like that's sort of my gig, right? That's what I do most weekends, right? Is we're playing games, and that's my one accomplishment as a game designer is having written like a role playing game in like 1990, whatever, right, or whatever, right? There's nobody playing except for me, except that no one plays but me, effectively, right? But so but I I think sometimes a heavy game can have sort of places for you to hook onto, kind of, right? Like, the original D&D is a mess, right? AD&D is a mess. It's a bunch of systems all packed, thrown together, and yet that whole gestalt is weirdly beautiful.
Absolutely.
Right? Now, again, and I think Magic Realm actually has the same sort of vibe to it in a weird way, that it's a glorious mess. Like, you look at those rules and go, I don't know what is all with it. Now, mind you, I don't think it's not really but the weird part is if you look, then there's a point where you look and go, well, it's not a mess. Jesus Christ, that dude was a genius. Like, this is brilliant.
And that without spreadsheets. It's interesting. I went to the Avalon Hill headquarters back in 19 would have been let me think for a second. 91, right in that range. Okay. I pitched them on a game. I was going to do a computer version of Diplomacy because I had come up with a pretty amazing way to do AI.
Oh, really? Really? Yeah. That's fascinating.
We'll take that one offline sometime. But I sat there, all these counters from Squad Leader, Sergeant Stoller, Lieutenant Greenwood. I met a lot of those guys, right? Because a lot of those are actually named after designers. So I didn't meet Hamblin, but I did meet quite a few people there, and even then they were talking about how, oh God, playing a game with Hamblin's like, he's so detail oriented, and of course, look at the games he did. I mean, they're and when you even in some of the conversations that Stephen McKnight had over email with Richard Hamblin, in the last 15 years or whatever, we'd come up with the community of Magic Realm players who play tournaments and stuff. We'd come up with these bizarro questions, and Hamblin would be, yes, I considered 3 different solutions to that particular problem and never came up with an idea that I liked enough to put it in the game. So the guy was a supercomputer.
Truly. No, it's very, well, in some ways, Magic Realm, then I'm not saying it's a closed system, because obviously people have modded Magic Realm, right? There's the unofficial expansion, there is Super Realm, I wrote a cheesy variant that's what I play at home kind of thing, right? And so there obviously is some room but I do always worry whenever you add anything to Magic Realm, whether or not you're then screwing up half the characters because they can't kill this monster and these guys can't, like that kind of thing, right? It's very tight. And Rob said, I think any kid that bought Magic Realm had love of the game, but really didn't like not having a helpline to call.
Yeah, amen on that. I mean, I cried. I mean, but yeah, and the other thing too, thank God for spreadsheets, right? Dragons Down, if for nothing else, is a massive spreadsheet with calculations and points and everything. And I've told people this before. Every single fame value in the game for a monster or a native is calculated and then level set to where a native is 1 and everything else is literally a derivative of that, but literally based upon the components of that. And there's one exception to that, and that's the consul, who gets a little bit of a bonus because he's the king's representative. But I really avoided those types of things on all of the classes and lineages for the exact reason you just described. There are certain combinations that work better than others just because of the idea of, like a dwarf cleric is really strong, but they're basically a statue. Hey, you want to have a hard game? Play a dwarf cleric, right? And then that's by design. But the reality is I can introduce additional things to the game, and I don't have to worry if I've broken a core mechanic. And that's why we could do natives. That was the breakthrough with the idea of using attributes for the relationship to the natives, and then not having to maintain separate cards and a relationship, and that changes over time based on what you do. Yeah, anyway.
Go ahead, and I can see that because again, I think so when I read the playtest, the natives, I thought, again, all that sort of flows. It's fairly simple. It uses and I appreciate the addition of the charm and
one thing I will say, I know that you said it doesn't feel as rich, and there may be some truth to that. But the reality is having your relationship to the natives be organically defined by the selections you make of lineage and class. I think there's a lot of power in that. And so the idea that if you choose a human who has a lot of charisma versus a dwarf who has a lot of wisdom, that one, no matter which class you've selected, you've just fundamentally changed who you can hire easily. And what types of relationships, who you might get in scrums with. And it didn't require additional rules. The entire rules for Dragons Down natives is 8 pages long. That counts a cover and a back page of reference and about 3 pages of appendix.
And so I think there's a trade-off, right? And I think that's an interesting thing for you as a designer, and maybe to ask you is simply, what's that trade-off? Because I do think when I did play natives a couple of times, I did say one of the things I thought was a problem with natives, right, is that there just isn't as much to them. Not that it's bad, but just that they don't invoke that visceral reaction when, say, the sellswords show up versus when the patrol shows up and I'm the magician, right? That's a totally different experience. When I got my wizard killed twice in a row playing solo games just because the damn lancers showed up. And that's with the souped up wizard with the OP sleep spell that was added. And I'm like, God, the damn lancers, I hate those guys. And I appreciate the simplicity of natives in Dragons Down, but again, I do think that's one where I go, okay, see, that's one of those things where you go, that little rough edge might give you might give more places to claw onto. So go ahead.
Let me challenge you on that a little bit, and I'll respectfully disagree in that the idea of the wizard has been made into a lineage card and a class card, so that's been separated, right? And some of that naturally went over to the lineage cards, and so play a half orc anything. and
Oh,
then tell me about how safe you feel when you hang around a civilization location, because you literally don't have any attributes, which are the icons. And for those
right.
of you who aren't super familiar with the game, there is cunning, wisdom, and charisma, and they are these little icons on the cards, on both the class cards and the lineage cards. And so when you create your hero, your relationship to the natives, as well as your ability to negotiate with merchants and haggle over price with hiring natives and seeing if natives feel insulted by you, are dependent on those icons. And half orcs have no icons. Now they make up for it in other ways. They have more options than other heroes. But whereas the humans do really well in civilization locations, but don't have as much ability maybe out in wilderness as say a half orc does. And so those kind of I like that, and that was a trade off I was willing to make the game playable by a modern gamer who
I,
wouldn't have that level
right.
of Magic Realm depth that
Well,
patient.
and I will say again, we and we're going to disagree on quite a few things, by the way. Keep that in mind. Having said that, I know I think it's a good design, and in fact, I agree with you because the main time that I've actually had problems in civilizations is with the half orc, like the Beastmaster. I'm playing a half orc Beastmaster now. I still have to finish the game that I'm in the middle of, and he's the only, and he walks in and there's 3 stacks of natives there, and I'm just trying to sell my stuff, guys. I'm just trying to sell, and right, and there's 3 stacks of them, and he pisses them all off in one fell swoop, and I'm like, well, there goes all the money I just got from selling this stuff.
Right.
I hate all you guys. Like, right? You're just like, God. Now, I
This
will
is
say,
this is a racket.
right? Yeah. So I do. Again, and I don't think it's. I think it's I think it's a trade. I don't see where you would put the lists of the grid of trading relationships. I don't see that fits in Dragon's Den. It just doesn't belong there. And tying everything to the 3 attributes, I think is good, and we've talked about. I think that's a nice design because you can then add other things to that. Like I can make wit, I can make skill checks where there's really no room for skill checks in Magic Realm. And in my variant, when you have to do something, you always have to do discover rolls, right? Or you have to do like a search, like a roll 3, 2, or 1, or some garbage like that, which is sort of unsatisfying because it doesn't hit that. In your words, a visceral. It doesn't feel like what it is. If I'm lifting a rock in Magic Realm, it doesn't feel like anything.
It's kind of funny that you say that because you had asked me about what inspired me, and the attribute system in Dragon's Down. The idea came from Star Wars Rebellion, where you try to roll successes, and somebody can counter you, and they might roll successes, and whoever gets the most successes wins, kind of thing. That's where the initial idea came from. Is I wanted to have an attribute system specifically for the missions, so that originally it was pretty punitive, right? So if you were going to do, say, the jailbreaker, you'd have to maybe try and con your way past the guards, and then even some of it was, and then after you complete the mission, you roll to see if you get the reward. And I was like, well, that feels pretty horrible. Right? I've done everything asked of me, and now because of a die roll, I don't get the benefit. And so that's when the idea that it became, additional benefit. And there are certain classes and lineages that, when combined, they naturally lend themselves to doing things in civilization more so than going out to the wilderness. And I feel like that kind of stuff is, and I geek out here, but that's kind of what gets me excited. Right, is the idea of now, just because of who I've combined together and how I've created my hero, I'm creating some tendencies. I don't have to follow it, but I'm creating some tendencies as to how it's best for me to score.
So Rob did want me to ask about what your inspiration for the dual cards, the class race kind of concept.
Yeah. So. How do I want to describe it? That was just I don't have a specific inspiration. Like I didn't see that in some other game or whatever. That was a Scott Demers original. Now I know there are other games that do it, And
Sure.
so maybe subconsciously, but there's not a game that I've played where that's done. Maybe probably the closest would be like Smash Up, where you shuffle two decks together,
Right.
right?
Right. Yeah.
But that's I'm not gonna claim Smash Up as the inspiration. But I will say where it got really exciting for me as a designer was I loved the idea that the human barbarian plays fundamentally different than the dwarf barbarian. And that's where it got really exciting for me. Because the dwarf barbarian is closest to, say, the barbarian in Magic Realm, or maybe the half orc barbarian,
Right.
because you've got extra health and you've got the ability to one hit any monster in the game, but you're kind of slow. Whereas the human barbarian, well, that's of a skill combatant. You actually can fight some little bit faster monsters, but you cannot kill the guardians, equivalent of like a tremendous monster,
Right.
with a single hit. And so that's when I realized that was one of my this is cool moments. Was that the lineage and class cards equaling your hero, the cube combat
Right.
system, the sneaking system was a real breakthrough because that allowed the idea of not having to pre-record your moves.
Right.
Uh,
Right. Which is good.
right?
Which is gonna help. Like, I mean, I look, and I like pre-recording the moves. Right. I actually don't mind that. Having
You're in
said
the
that,
minority.
it's gonna
Yeah,
be well. I in Magic Realm, if I get the timeless jewel, I sell that thing as soon as possible. It drives me nuts. I mean, if I'm playing competitively, I won't because obviously it's an advantage, right? Um, but it actually
right.
throws me off my game. Like if I'm playing solo four-handed and I have the timeless jewel on one character, it actually hurts my head. But that's just a weird gig. So,
So that's great. That's a great point, Chris. Because when I was like that, people don't realize that probably took 6 months to resolve because I went
interesting,
through iterations of this game with how do you do hiding? Because if you're not recording moves and hiding is a die
right?
roll, and then you're hidden regardless of whether you move or not, why wouldn't you just keep hiding? And that's one of the central themes I think of Magic Realm is you go, I'm going to hide twice, then I'm going to run past these dragons to the other side, and then you roll and you go, dang it, I should have hid 3 times
Ah,
because you failed twice, right? And
right,
and I wanted to keep that uncertainty, but I wanted it to be uh, mitigated, which is exactly what hiding twice is in Magic Realm. And of course that led to the custom dice because I don't want any tables, which then allowed for the idea of, well, if it's the same turn and you're repeating the same action, you only roll your failures, thereby increasing the chances of
right,
success. Um, and the yeah, so all of the each incremental thing, some of which took 6 months to solve, which is why I'm 50% when this game's coming out, is it led to, oh, and then we could do this other really cool thing. And frankly, the feedback from the community, I was savaged when I first posted that I was going to do this game or try to do this game. Rightfully so. People are very defensive of a cult classic like Magic Realm, and with patience and over time, the community has really understood. No, this is an homage. I think you called it something really special, like an homage or something.
it's a
Um,
love letter, right? It's a
I
love
love
letter to
that,
Magic Realm, right?
100%.
Um, Now that's
So
interesting. Are you surprised? Because so I remember, and again, I lurk more than I participate in a lot of forums and discords or whatever. But I remember first seeing the posts in Board Game Geek about Dragons Down, and yeah, people were very skeptical. And
mhm.
I don't know that people were hostile. I don't want to say hostile. I don't think that's the right, but more of yeah, whatever. This isn't gonna like it almost a this isn't gonna happen, or you know what I mean. Like it seemed to,
A
and
lot
I
of false starts, right?
yeah, like well I think once people got their hands on it on Tabletop Simulator, of course, right? I think the attitude changed quite a bit, and I think I mean, are you have to be happy with the reception that you've gotten from the Magic
Yeah.
Realm community.
Yeah, who
Um,
cares if I think something's cool? Like literally, the fact that the community has responded in time, I would say the thing that opened the door a little bit were I started doing designer diaries 3, 4 years ago.
Hmm.
Right after I posted, and I would call it hostile, but not only because how many times have we heard about, oh, this game is the next Magic Realm, and so I get it, and then and then if you're too close to Magic Realm, then well, you're stealing all their ideas or something, right?
Right.
And so I just took a hey, I think in one of those things I just said, all I ask for is just patience. I'll write about it. I'll share very openly about what I'm doing, and give it a chance. And if you like it, great. And if you don't like it, that's okay too. And so the designer diaries really made people aware that it was a love letter. And then the tabletop simulator mod, so people could actually play it. And of course, then fans jumped in and made it into an amazing mod, way beyond
Oh
anything I
yeah,
could have
yeah.
hoped.
No, it's a really
And
nice mod actually, and those guys, and I should have wrote names down and stuff because I feel bad now because I'm going to say, oh, those guys did a good job, and I'm just calling them those guys and not calling them out by name.
primarily Angelus knows, and George.
Thank you,
Those two
thank you.
are,
But
forever in there. Dad.
yeah, the mod's great. Yeah, the mod works really well. So and I just wanted to say on the side, yeah, to heck with Mage Knight. Like, you know what I mean? Like, hearing Mage Knight is like Magic Realm, but better. Like, no, I'm done. I'm done with that. So yeah, I could sort of see people being gripey, right? About, oh, this other guy's coming and he's got this game which is Magic Realm, but somehow better, right? And um, but again, a lot of those games don't give you even close to that experience. It's a totally different experience. Like Mage Knight, I said, yeah, Magic Realm feels like you are traveling through a magical world, fighting monsters and searching and finding treasure. And Mage Knight feels like I'm playing Contract Bridge. You
Yeah,
know,
it's interesting. I won't, they're different games, right? And I think when people are disappointed by Mage Knight, it's because they go in thinking it's something that it's not. And I do have experience with my past games of where I presented something as what I thought it was, and in reality it wasn't. And that doesn't land well. Mage Knight's a great game, but go into it knowing you're playing a Euro that's a puzzle to solve, and
right?
not this
Uh,
like thematic adventure
right.
through this mysterious land full of monsters and treasures and whatnot,
When
right?
it's sort of an interesting, it is actually an interesting concept to me, and I don't know that it interests anyone else, but sort of that how much does the rules invoke the thing you're doing, or how much does it detract from the theme, kind of, right? And I think Mage Knight's a great game, by the way. I hate
Mhm.
setting it up and tearing it down. It doesn't come get on my table very often because it's a disaster to get on the table, in
Yeah,
my
yeah,
opinion.
yeah.
But in case anyone's interested, there is a Steam version called Paladin's Oath, I think, which is a decent
Yeah.
homage to Mage
There's
Knight
a
on
great
Steam.
TTS mod. There's a great TTS
Oh,
mod
is
as
there?
well.
Okay. So,
Yeah.
but I feel the thing is like Mage Knight, there's a dissonance between the theme and the mechanics. And I never resolve that. I always go, yeah, but I don't feel like I'm doing the thing I'm doing. It's like for instance, and see, you're not a tabletop role player, so this doesn't mean much to you. But like in Deadlands, there's a huckster, and to cast spells, they deal out cards and make poker hands, and that determines the strength of their spells. And I'm like, it's a fantasy western. That's perfect. You win. Whereas if you play tic tac toe, you could have mechanics and go, well, that doesn't feel like the thing. Like it takes me away from the thing. Now, I think strangely enough, for as clunky as Magic Realm is, and as 3.2.5, the Avalon Hill, the advanced squad leaderization of the Magic Realm rules, it still feels like doing all those things.
No
And
doubt.
Dragon's Down does that too, which I give you credit for. But Mage Knight doesn't. It's anti theme. Um,
Well, and maybe to close off that part of it, because again, Mage Knight is an amazing game, and I know there are
yeah.
Mage Knight
Oh,
fans who will listen to
I,
this stream,
I
and
I apologize that I'm bitching about it. So I'm sorry. I don't
there's
want to.
there's a reason I set out to recreate the feeling you got playing Magic Realm. That's what I set out to do. I had two main themes in mind as I did it. So number one is I can't have an hour and 15-minute setup time.
Yeah.
right? Or you're probably way faster than that, but that's probably me right now. If I were to put up Magic Realm, is you go, okay, now this gets type 1, type 2, and some of that's the components, right? The components are
Yeah.
1970s components. And then the other thing was, Hamlin always had a dream of the game being modular in design, and
Yes.
so the idea that you could release an additional terrain pack,
Yep.
and so I wanted, as a love letter to Magic Realm, I wanted to make sure that that worked, right? And
Yes.
that was to honor his vision, um, for what the game is.
And let's be clear, I actually think Mage Knight's a great game. So my griping about Mage Knight is more in jest than it is real. I think it's actually a great game. I just never play it because I hate setting it up, frankly, to be honest. And like I said, so I played the Steam version. Rob did ask, what is the path from Scott's ideas to physical tiles and character sheets or cards, and how long does that take?
What is the path?
So what's your prototyping process, I suppose, would be my question.
Yeah, different than most designers, pretty central to my prototyping process. Again, starting with, I'm so big on theme, is I have to create some pretty nice components. So fairly early, I don't like, oh, this scrap of paper, this is a dragon. No, I have to, I send this stuff, I spend way too much money getting prototypes printed. And then, inevitably I play it 3 times and I go, well, that was stupid. I just threw away $40 or whatever the case may be. But I will say this, I have sometime I'll post photos. I'll make this deal. I'll post on Board Game Geek or on in Discord. I'll post some photos of some of the prototype from 20 years ago, because I'm not kidding. The spells and weapons look almost identical to the way the cards look now. So there's additional information on some of them, but the idea of, in that particular one, like the concept of, a lot of them look so like spells, there it is, and it's got little cube spots, colored cube spots and stuff. Although now I think about it, that's not from 20 years ago. That's from probably 8 years ago or whatever. But because the cubes thing didn't come until much later. But
okay.
But yeah,
it's interesting that you start with sort of art almost. That's a little crazy, I think. For most people would say that's nuts, right? A little bit.
It's the most expensive way to do it.
Yeah.
But let's be clear. I start with spreadsheets.
Okay.
And I'll give an example, a little quiz or a little puzzle for people to solve. Each class card, with 2 exceptions, have 28 points worth of stuff on each card. Can you figure out how the 28 points are?
I will start looking at that. I will start writing algebra tomorrow. Absolutely.
There you go. That's really what this is about.
No, and I love the character concept too. Like, I love the mix and match. Again, I was thinking about, because I was actually thinking, I got to make and I don't know if I'm going to do this, because I think Act had already did the comprehensive comparison Magic Realm versus Dragons Down, and I am not sure I have anything to add, strangely enough. But I was thinking about it, and I thought,
Casey did an amazing one of those, and Angel did another one.
Yeah, I'm just not sure that anyone cares. But I was thinking about doing it, and I was like, well, what would I do with the characters? And I was like, at first, I was thinking, well, I think Magic Realm has the slight edge because I love all those archetypes, right? They're the White Knight and the Black Knight. Those make sense there, and there's a lot to those. And I do love the chits in the sense that, they determine a lot of things sort of subtly at first until you sort of stare at them for 40 years, like we both have. But I think Dragons Down, though I think the characters are less invocative on a per character basis, the combinations, I think it's a draw because I love the combinations, right? I love the fact there are bad ones, to be honest with you. Like, I'm sitting there playing one time, I'm sitting there looking at this character going, yeah, I paid too much attention to how many slots I had for these cubes. I'm never going to be able to play all these these cubes into these slots. I screwed up. I should have taken whatever, like picked a defensive guy, because that would have given me an extra option to maybe run from one or two more fights, like that kind of thing. I think that is a nice design.
Something that opened that up for me, opened my eyes to that, was actually fairly lately in the last 2, 3 months, where with a few of the more active members of Discord, I said, hey, let's do some 4-player throwdowns. We're gonna
There
grab,
you go.
straight just heroes. We can grab anybody you want, take any spells you want if that's what you do, and then let's do a throwdown, see who wins. And some of the choices, I was like, I never would have thought of that, and that's absolutely brilliant. Like the dude who picked, you know, picked an like an elf archer, and was envenoming, bow and arrow shots to try and take from hiding.
Right.
That's just, really inventive, and I think there's some really neat combinations that you can come up with, just like you can in Magic Realm. Make no
Yeah.
mistake. But I mean, if anything,
But I think
that's
there's less. I think Magic Realm has less combos. Like, I mean, not saying just, oh, there's 16 characters versus the a bazillion, or the 100 or now that you have combinations. I just think the interesting combinations are less in Magic Realm. Even if you take all the spell choices for all the, especially base Magic Realm. Like if you just take the base game and don't add all, because when I play, I take all the spells that I thought make sense from expansion 1 and from realm speak, and just took them and made a sheet, and now that's how we play, right? But if you just take, there's less good options in Magic Realm. There's a lot of options, but a lot of them are bad. Like a lot of them are suboptimal.
It's interesting. So folks might be interested to know that, I used to play realm speak a lot, and I played 3, 4 times with the expansion stuff. But in reality, I've never played with Super Realm. I've never played with almost any of the expansion stuff outside of, I played with some of the expansion characters that were in Realm Speak. So I've always been I'm sure I would just think it's amazing if I did it. But at this point, I ain't got no time because of the stuff I'm looking for Dragons Down.
I'm not a purist. Like I'm like, yep, add stuff. Like let's just open this thing wide up and putz with it. And don't get me wrong, I love even base Magic Realm. I think it's a great game, but then at some point I go, yeah, and I need more of this. I need more of the things. I need more. Add the drain life spell to type 5, even though it's arguably OP for the Witch King, because of his chick combination, right? But it's not for the witch because of her chick combination, right? So I'm all for like adding just more crazy garbage and going, yes, let's see what falls out of this.
Circling back to Dragons Down on that exact point, is because of the point system in Dragons Down for creation of the classes, I didn't worry too much about whether I was creating an OP combo. There are absolutely OP combos. If anybody doesn't believe that, grab Fiery Chasm and a human soul. Right? Now, that said, one failed hide roll and you get to die. And that's kind of the trade-off, right? So you have vulnerabilities in other areas that you just flat out have to be aware of. But I'm actually okay with that, because if that's the game you want to play, hey, and you're gonna have a great time going around and just throttling the natives, and that's what you want to. Hey, go have a good time. I'm not here to tell you, well, that's kind of against the spirit of what we're doing. No, that's great. Go have a great time, and then come back and play the dwarf cleric and do a stat.
Yes. Right? So Rob said, I don't think comparing Magic Realm and Dragons Down is completely fair. Dragons Down's a new game, and I get that. So let me ask you a question. I got 2 questions for you, and one I've been waiting to ask quite a bit, and the other I'm just going to ask because of Rob's comment. Do you ever get tired of the comparison? And I've mentioned Magic Realm 38 times. It's supposed to be talking about Dragons Down, and yet here we are. We're always talking about Magic Realm. Do you get tired of the comparison?
No, because that if people are, if I would say this, when people talk mechanically and say they think this is streamlined or this is that or simplified or something like that, it's inevitably coming from a Magic Realm player who is starting there and moving to a different place and therefore sees it in that light. When in reality, the people who don't come from Magic Realm, which is really who this game is for as well, is
Sure.
to bring them into this style of game. They don't care about that, right? So I on the mechanics side, sure, I get a little not tired, but from a theme perspective, that's a huge victory, right? Because
Sure.
I mean, how many games have said there's a game called Call to Adventure that came out, 5-10 years ago or whatever, and they were really aggressive about advertising it all over the place, going, "This is like Magic Realm, it's like Magic Realm." So Sight Unseen, I went and bought it and gave it away because it is for me. And again, for me, I'm sure there are people who love it, and I'm never going to dog on a game because I've had my games dogged on before, and I didn't like it. But it wasn't a game for me, and it didn't evoke the feelings of Magic Realm. So if the comparisons with Magic Realm from a theme perspective, love it. Comparison with Magic Realm on a mechanics perspective to say, well, why isn't it this way? I honestly don't really have any interest in that because it's not what I set out to do.
Sure.
This game is mechanically different, though it obviously, like, I love your phrase. I'm going to steal it. Love letter to Magic Realm, no doubt about it.
Well, and
But
I
go ahead.
I think it's interesting. I do think directly comparing the mechanics, I don't think makes sense because obviously they're not the same mechanics, right? I do think obviously they hit all the same points, right? I mean, and it's quite obvious that you're trying to hit a lot of the same points. You're trying to hit, we hire and we sneak and we, right? Alert, which by the way, I think alert again, because of the combats, wins. It's a great mechanic to add that sixth cube, totally changes so many things. So I didn't talk about that when I gushed over combat originally. I forgot alert, and I think again that's a beautiful piece of a simple design which wins.
So simple, right? It's not there's a limited number of cubes. If you alert, which means you're spending a quarter of your day not doing productive things that are beneficial to you for that turn, you get a benefit. And think thematically what that represents, right? Is instead of your sword being in your scabbard and you're climbing over rocks looking for this, this horde that you think is nearby. You've seen some dragon scat, but you haven't found the horde itself. Instead you go, well, now I'm going to be on alert, and I got my sword and my shield right there at the ready. I'm moving much more carefully, and I lose 25% of my time to actually search for the horde because of what I'm doing.
Well, and frankly, in Magic Realm, what I tell people when I'm teaching them games is, well, you should probably nine times out of 10 you should hide instead, because if you're hidden, you can still alert your weapon and you're fine. And hide is generally more useful. And there's only a certain amount of times when you should alert, and that's if you're a mage, of course, and you have to get that time zero chit, or there's this weird combination of circumstance where you might not get to hide, right? That kind of thing. But in Dragon's Down, there actually is a reason to alert, for real. There are combats where alerting is the difference, whether you're going to win that fight or not win that fight. And you shouldn't just sneak instead of alerting, because you could sneak and still be hidden. And guess what? You didn't alert, so you don't get that 6 cube. And again, I think that it all plays in. I think the weapon itemization, the combat, and the alert system do indeed make combat one of my favorite parts of Dragon's Down. Now, I will ask, fortunately, Nigel has asked a question, and Rob does. So I'm going to ask my question first, because I'm a jerk, and this is my channel, darn it. I'm going to ask and then I'll get to their questions, because I've held this. I keep forgetting to ask this, and I have to. So what did you leave on the cutting room floor? So what doesn't make the cut? Because it's either too expensive or it just doesn't work, or because this is an expensive game to produce, I imagine, right?
Yeah. It's anybody I know. Look, thank you to everybody who supported us. This is a leap of faith on your part. as much as it was a leap of faith on my part to think that it could be embraced. And so I'll be eternally grateful for your support. Full stop. I just want to make sure that's directly stated. And it's an expensive game, and so it's a bite, and I realize that. We did not spare any expense on what we produced, and like I said after Gen Con, I think you're going to be thrilled when you get this in your hand. Not perfect, right? The green cubes are pale green. Why? I don't know. That's not what I approved, right? But God, it's the vision of what I wanted to deliver to all of you. Things that didn't make the cut, development game, great example, right? Like introducing a role-playing element to it. But interestingly enough, I made a breakthrough just a few days ago about how to do this, because one of the key reasons it didn't make it is I didn't want I've chosen to be a human Black Knight, therefore I start as a lesser Black Knight and I have to make my way up to a Black Knight. No, what I always wanted was you start as a villager, and it's kind of like a choose your own adventure story where by the end of this thing, you've literally created your own hero class that doesn't exist with any other combination of lineages and classes.
Interesting.
Right? So, and I didn't know how to do it from an expense perspective.
Sure.
And I came up with a way to do it. And there's actually two different ways to do it, because then a member of the community, I bounced the idea off of George. I bounced the idea off of George, and he said, the other thing you could do is this. And I was like, yeah, that'd be more expensive, but it would work. And so that's a possibility too. So I've started, messing around with the concept of a development game. And I'll share some hints on that if people want to hear about it. Natives being the primary merchants in the game, I left on the cutting room floor, both as that was something that I know troubled Richard Hamblin quite a bit, because when he created the game, he actually didn't foresee the let's all slaughter the rogues, loot their stuff, go sell them to the next native group, slaughter them, and then move on. That's actually why I put the outlaw mechanic in the game. But then later I said I wanted to move to these merchants who are unattackable as being the primary thing. The truth is I currently have in the rules an optional rule where the natives do have some limited things for sale that do not replenish. So there is a bigger reward to cutting down the natives besides just their fame value. And there are some in-game benefits and penalties to doing that. But those are two of the things that ended up on the cutting room floor that I really. But everything else I envisioned laying as a 10-year-old in my bed, it's in there.
So Nigel asked the question: was using chips a publisher decision, or was that always the intention?
I actually commissioned miniatures, including the much maligned original pose of the knight as he was charging at the dragon from the box cover, until my publisher and I realized that miniatures for this game is really dumb, because number one, they don't actually represent anything, right? If you're a combination of a lineage and a class, there's no such thing as what am I going to do? Speaking of cost, do you want to do the dwarf barbarian, the human barbarian, the half-orc barbarian, which miniature? It just became untenable, which is why one of the reasons we went to the chips. We did always intend on doing chips for the monsters. Once you'll see there's a designer diary where I talk about 3 sides, not 2 sides to the monsters. But once I made the decision to go to 2 sides for the monsters, that was just a done deal.
Well, I appreciate the chips, I think, because I think it's going to be A, easier to store, and B, I can't imagine how much this game would cost with a whole set of miniatures in it.
We would have done miniatures of, here's a generic knight, here's a generic elf, here's a generic this, and then you just would have picked the one that you felt most represented you. But, that became untenable, even with the idea of something that was really close to my heart. So I have a mixed race children, and so it was really important to me that you be able to choose a lineage in a body type and a sex or gender and a look and feel that didn't impact the game that you felt represented you. So there's 8 versions of every single lineage in the game, which is the only place where an actual image of a hero exists. Everything else is a symbol, right? Which is then on the chip. So that's important to me. Maybe not to anybody else. I thought it was gonna be a bigger deal. I thought people were gonna be like, this is really cool. And then just what I got was, But I'm glad I did it. I like that part. And it's fun to play, some of those like that. There's a couple of half orc images which are just hysterical.
Oh yeah, the female half orc is. I mean, she's quite the the statuesque powerhouse.
She's quite a handsome fellow.
Yeah, she is. She can be my Beastmaster any day, as far as I'm concerned. I mean, my lord.
I always like imagining in my head too. By the way, the half orc when he's negotiating with haggling with a merchant. Like the humans going like actually having a conversation about it, whereas a half orc is saying something like, "I buy this from you for 2 times the price, and then I won't break your legs." Right? So,
how many breaks in your legs do you want?
How many breaks? I will only break one of your legs.
Right.
So, and then you said there was one other question, right? Sorry,
yeah.
I'm rambling.
Yeah, Rob was no, that's fine. Rob was asking, and I have this down too. So I'm going to ask. So what is the long-term vision? Like, when is this game finished? Like, I mean, and this is like, what does this game look like when it's finished? Do you have 16 terrain packs and development game? And like, what is your, like, do you have a what do you want to call it? A timeline that you actually have in your head?
So Dragons Down and Dragons Down Desolation was originally the vision of finished because I truly didn't think that natives would work in the system, if I'm just being blunt. Okay. And the reason I didn't think it would work is because hiring of natives is so introduces such complexity until I realized that the attributes could be used for the natives. And so then, and somebody asked this in Discord, my vision of Dragons Down, my complete vision is Dragons Down plus Desolation plus the upcoming Natives expansion, which introduces, hiring of natives as well as civilization locations not being a safe space necessarily, right? There being risk everywhere on the map, which helps with some aspects of learning spells, which you tend to loot spell books and scrolls, run back to Civ Tile and start trying to learn the spells there. Sure. Obviously, there being risk to the native locations now changes some of that. Okay, so let's start with that. The reality, though, is because of the modular design and the fact that it is actually a system, that has opened up the idea of more expansions. And so we're currently in a private play testing of an expansion beyond natives that would, I'm not going to spill the beans on it, but it would enhance the importance of the attributes of heroes in a way that doesn't involve the natives. And so I will give a little bit, imagine treasures and things like that can be garnered based on attributes, not based on looting, right? Which really introduces the idea of some really thematic stuff. The riddle of the Sphinx.
A skill check. It's a skill check to some degree, in some way or another, right? Yeah, interesting.
Which can be mitigated. You and I have had a little bit of conversation on this, where some of this, and I sort of have a long-term vision. I want to be steered more by what, if I've reached the end of my original vision, at that point, I want to service the community who's given so much back to me in terms of fulfilling what is a lifetime dream, right? Of producing this game and delivering it to people. Therefore, I want to, if the community wants a bunch more spells, let's spend the time to play test some really good spells that can really enhance the game. If it's, I want deserts and jungles and rivers, and I've started working on on some of those, and the concept of, say, the eastern reaches, like what's beyond this Dragon's Down area, which can introduce additional monsters and terrain types. But which of those become something that's an actual offering?
Yeah.
That's going to depend on the community and what the community wants, right? So that's where I feel.
Now do you are you still free for a little bit longer? Because I would love to take a short break,
Yep.
but still come back, because I do have even some more general questions as to games, game design, and so on, that I would love to ask you, but I don't want to keep you, or I don't want you to tire of me. How's that?
No, I have literally all night. So until there's nobody on the stream, and even YouTube is giving us warnings that say,
Guys, go to bed. Like, yeah, when
right.
that's
I got nothing else to do today, so I'm all yours.
I do, I appreciate that. So can we take even, like, I'm going to say 5 minutes, but I know it's never 5 minutes. Can it, like, 4 minutes or something, so I can get another drink, hit the restroom, like that kind of thing, and then we'll come back and okay.
So,
all right.
So can I, if you want, I can hop on can I hop on your stream right now without creating reverberation? Can I mute you, and then I could actually answer questions that people type in there while you're away doing your thing?
Yeah, so you can always pop. Can you pop the chat out? I don't know if you can. Can you? I know I can. Can you pop the chat out?
I don't know. Oh God, there's a picture of me. So I'm gonna mute myself before
Okay.
I.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll mute you right now, and then I'll come back and remind me to unmute you. There you go.
Can answer any questions that people type, is what I was gonna say.
Oh, good. That's probably a good point, by the way. Thank you. I'm glad you said that.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. I'll be back in just a little bit.
Okay. And Rob is in it for the long haul. He's got heaps of beer. Okay. So now, can you guys hear me? Can you hear me? Somebody type in if you can hear me. Just want to make sure. Okay. Can you guys hear me okay? Yep. Okay, great. Cool. All right. I don't have news on the arrival of the boats. And just so you know, there's about a 30 to 40-second delay between the chat and what I say. So cool. Okay. I think if you have a plan for updates to this game, it would be a great thing. I'm not sure I understand that question completely. Feel free to type in any questions you want me to answer. I don't know any dirt on Chris. Chris and I have talked several times online, but I don't know him well enough. So, Victor, the answer to that question is I bet you know the answer to that question. No, on the concept of mods or terrain packs or whatever. I've developed so much more than is in the game. Let's just be clear about that. So, if I had endless monies and I wasn't a freak about play testing the games, I could, I could put out 5 more terrain packs right now, complete with monsters and everything. Right? I could put out. Well, I posted and I deleted it. I posted in Discord the fact that there are probably 30 spells that didn't make it into the game, right? That weren't necessarily play tested and therefore weren't ready to go. There's the development game. There's additional monsters for the existing terrain packs that are summoned via map tokens that didn't make it into the game. There's just a ton of stuff there, right? Rob, don't say that about Chris. Okay. So talk to me about what, Sean, talk to me a little bit what you mean by some swag for add-ons during the natives campaign. And then Rob, if you don't mind, I wouldn't, when you say mods, I would love to know what mods you're talking about. Yeah, Steve, thanks for the comments on the spells. And thanks, Rob, for the kind words on great work. I was 37 when I first started working on this stuff. So, why I took that down, that spells post, by the way? I put up like 30 names or whatever, and then I realized I was probably killing creativity. Because what I really wanted was, I didn't want you guys going, hey, why don't you guys think down the line of what I've already thought? What I really wanted was, what are some of the things that I didn't think of? And the reality is the stuff you guys came up with just in those few posts blew me away. And the fact that many of them I had never thought of was amazing and inspirational for me. So, and that's the benefit of crowdsourcing. Some of that is somebody has a great idea, and I'll throw out, George here. George has inspired many of the things that are going to natives and the way things are done, including it was George's. George is the one who helped make the attributes the central theme of natives instead of there being these predefined relationships by class. To the point that George is getting a small design credit for additional concepts of the game in Dragon's Down. That's how important this community has been. So, yeah, okay.
Okay, Rob. Now that Chris is gone, we can hear the good stuff. All right, I see
Yeah,
you.
you see that?
I see
you.
you.
That?
I see you. I read back. I'm not. Yeah. Okay. All right.
I was trying to get people to comment more so it would scroll past where you saw it.
See, too slow. Too slow, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, come on. I get it.
Just out of curiosity, I
Look.
wouldn't mind seeing, and I asked this in Discord, and wouldn't mind, wherever you want to put it, but what is this stuff? What is this stuff that that if you could get one thing in the game, what would it be? I posted about this, right? New spells, new maps, new characters, new enemies, new quests, new tiles, new what? So anyway,
that's an interesting question, actually, for folks. I always thought the one thing that I always thought would have been neat, maybe a Magic. I almost wanted a dungeon concept. Now I know, of course, Magic Realm and Dragon's Down to some degree, the treasure sites abstract that, right? You're in the trove. Well, we can picture, but I always thought, well, wouldn't it be neat if you occasionally had this thing which you had Shelob's Lair, right? And it was not a tile per se, but more. And again, have you ever played? You've never played Gamma World, right? The old Gamma World used to have those. When you touched an artifact, you essentially had a weird set of nodes that were then connected. So it would be almost like a Dragon's Down a flow chart instead of a tile, right? And again, I think you could base it off the attributes in a lot of ways and go, when you're in the first one, hey, you make a wit check, and that then kicks you either to the slightly better place or the slightly crappier place, and you work through there. Now, I don't know that actually works. I'd have to think about it, but
I'd say this, right? So something that's important there, Chris, is I don't know about you guys, but when I move into a tile and I reveal it and it's a gate, a little bit of me goes, oh,
yeah,
right. Now in the end, it's actually really valuable. Like
sure.
It's like, holy cow, this is right near a civ location. That's great. I can go now and explore and zap back here pretty quick, which is actually why it's in the game,
sure,
right? Because, but that said, and Chris, I'm going to butcher this, but it's
sure.
CH Hanger, which is Chris Hanger. Or I don't know his actual name, but CH Hanger, he threw out the idea of what about the idea of an unconnected secondary map of tiles that you can go to that's almost like an underworld or right. Land of the Drow or Drow or something like that. And that was an idea that I thought the gates could be could become of more importance in them. Anything that gets underutilized, I like to buff a bit. And that's why, for example, I'm really thrilled with how natives works with the attributes, because right now in the games that are gonna get delivered to all of you folks, that it's missions are the kind of the key place where those come into play. Natives makes those way more important, right? And now this next expansion that we're play testing privately right now makes them even more important. And now gates a little underutilized. Maybe they could be something. And the idea of going to a special individual tile that is like a Shelob's Lair or some special location, that's one concept that I thought about. The second one is the idea of, well, you got 6 tiles of an underworld, kind of keeping with that theme. So we'll see where that goes. Yeah. I don't know exactly. Anyway, all right, back to it. I no longer have the chat up, so if there's anything in there that
I will definitely read it out.
Distracting to look at me speaking 30 seconds ago.
Yes, yes, it is bad. There was a whole thing where they could play your voice back like with enough delay, and you would just be confused and never be able to form a coherent sentence or something. I don't know if that's true or just internet garbage, but I said I could see that. Carl J. Smith asks, what's the deal with reprints? I have a deluxe copy of the game coming with weighted chips. But will it be available again in the Natives Kickstarter so I can get a spare or gifts for friends?
So, let me just. It's more of a publisher question, but let me kind of give the lay of the land. Right, we printed some extra copies for sale at conventions. We also are reserving some copies for sale on the Mr. B Games website. We're not going into retail. You will not be able to walk into a store and buy this game. Okay. But you will be able to buy it from Mr. B Games. But the number, don't know what the real answer to that is. When Mr. B Games, and frankly, all my games tend to be kind of premium in some respects, meaning to get, not in terms of whether they're a good game or not, but meaning that we do the Kickstarter, that's where you get the game. We open up the pledge manager which is the opportunity for people we leave it open, I should say, for months for people to late pledge to the game and say, I want this many copies. At some point, we have to hit print in China. And when we do that, we close the pledge manager and we say, that's what we're printing. That's why we can't. Then we open up later for shipping only. And we're really clear on those communications. And so inevitably, there are people who go, hey, I want to add extra this or that to the game, to my pledge. During the shipping window, we can't do that. And the reason we can't do that is if we get a good response and a bunch of people want it, then we don't have copies for conventions. We don't have copies for the website. And so we say, sorry, unfortunately, we can't fulfill that. You'll have to buy it after the fact. Okay.
Yep. So I want to address the elephant in the room, if that's okay. Can we do that now? The gigantic elephant. So just a random comment of yours on a post at one point. I've said quite a few times that Dragon's Down hits all the same beats of Magic Realm, but is streamlined for modern gaming sensibilities. Oh, yeah. And you said you don't like the term streamlining. Why do you not like the term streamlining?
Because I think that a couple different reasons. Streamlining implies that I started at Magic Realm and then started carving things off. And I didn't do that. I started from the ground up with the idea of how do I create the same feelings, which we've talked about multiple times, so I won't cover that. So that was always the goal, right? The feel of Magic Realm without the kludgy and cumbersome nature of it. And a great example is combat, which we won't talk any more depth other than, there's an illusion of direction in Magic Realm, but in reality, it's just a 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, it's this column, 3, 4, it's that column, 5, 6, it's this column. And so the whole idea of placing stuff on a sheet is just an exercise in complexity that doesn't need to be there. And so the original combat dice of Dragon's Down was one, in essence, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 2 sides were hits, right? And 4 sides were misses, because that's really all Magic Realm is doing. Yeah. And so and then I realized there should be a benefit to being really close. And in my mind, I imagine the idea of if somebody takes a punch at me in a bar because I'm a smart aleck and I'm 21 years old, not that this is based on real life, Chris, but if somebody takes a swing at me, if they're really slow, it's pretty easy to get out of the way. Remember the movie, the original Spider-Man with Tobey Maguire, where where he's just kind of looking at the fist as it goes by. But if the other person is, it gets really close in speed, they got a better chance of getting me. They might get lucky with one, so to speak. So I wanted that, and just that one simple thing makes it so much more, right? And so I just don't like the idea that it's, well, let's make Magic Realm and now let's start carving stuff off. So
Sure.
that's why I don't like the term streamlining. And so I will say, when given a choice, I will always choose simple over more complex. And most suggestions I get from fans are about how to make the game more complex. And it's because they are experienced players. And I'm largely not interested in that, with one exception, which are the expansions can add complexity in
Sure.
places where they are, because more experienced players buy expansions and less experienced players tend to stop with, a core game or whatever. So
Yeah, and it is an interesting question, right? Because again, we talked about necessary complexity versus unnecessary complexity a tiny bit, and when I say streamlining, I'm actually not comparing the mechanics directly. I'm saying for that beat, right? For that particular beat, characters or combat or whatever, right? Searching is is an easy one, right? Something like that. You're hitting the same concept, and over here you have, whatever. Let's actually go back to combat real quick. You have either a ton of pages of rules in Magic Realm and a flow chart of things, or you have Dragons Down, which is, what, a page and a half or something of combat rules, or
the
right?
most complex thing in the game, and is the part that I agonized over by far the most, to allow for theme without it being overly complex. And there was a comment made at Gen Con that hurt my feelings isn't the right phrase, but it's in the realm, which is, though there was one player, people got the game, just got the game. There was one guy where it just didn't register, and you could see that it was. And at one point, he looks at me and this is fairly early in the game. He goes, "So is the rule book for this a hardcover?" And he was
Really?
purposely being snarky. And I said, I'm sorry, I don't follow, even though I followed. And he, yeah, this is the most complex game I've ever played in my entire life, or something like that.
And did you just pat him on the head and go, "Oh, you sweet dear child"?
Yeah, no, I
Let-
actually, I probably snarked back a little bit, which is
yeah.
not uncharacteristic of me, but is also uncharacteristic of me. I said something, I just replied factually. I said, the entire rules to the game is 32 pages long, of which about half of that is appendix
Mhm.
and explanations, and it's all done in a modern style with examples and everything. So this game is not. I didn't say this game is not complex, because the reality is there are parts. And I meant no criticism. It wasn't the right game for him. He should be off playing
Sure.
Splendor or something like that, right?
Well, I mean, look, there's like, it's like, hey, buddy, let me walk you over here to the guys playing Starfleet Battle.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
I mean, oh, is this? Yeah, hold on. I have a binder of advanced squad leader. I'm going to hit you over the head with. Or whatever.
yeah. The advanced squad league rules fell off my right, and I broke my foot.
Yeah,
Right,
yeah.
So, but I will say this: like, in conversely, one of the coolest things I experienced was in Discord talking to people, and this is shortly after Gen Con, and one of the folks said that just tried, like, hey, I was able to play the game at Gen Con, really liked it, and I'm here now, and I've late pledged. And I said, oh, which guy were you? And he goes, I'm the guy in the red shirt pointing at the giant pile of monsters in my clearing, right? And I remember him. And of course, I'm blanking on his name, so he's probably on this right now, and I'm offended. But like, bleeping cool is that
Yeah.
some person who had no experience played the game for half of a game for 2 hours, and he's giving me, 150 to $300 of his money. Wow, right? Wow.
Yeah, that is
So
cool. It's cool. And I was going to ask you about your. I mean, you've talked a little bit about your Gen Con experience, and I was going to ask you a little bit about it. But again, you've sort of hit the high points, I think. And I think it's like I said, I think it's an interesting point because I like heavy games. Like I'm into right now, not as much anymore, and not board games as much. Heavy games as opposed to say tabletop RPGs. Right. I was once called, and I considered this a loving term, an 80s gamer.
yeah,
Right.
right.
And I was like, well, thank you. I'm flattered. I'm a little flushed, right? I took that as a high compliment to a degree.
Right.
So I think that a certain amount of crunch can help. I do think that there's complexity where you go, well, that's just ridiculous or unneeded, right? Or whatever. Like for instance, one of the games, and is Eclipse. I think Eclipse gives you a lot of Twilight Imperium experience and a lot of Stellar Conquest and is this really tight design.
Eclipse is a brilliant design. I don't no perfect game, including Dragons Down or Magic Realm or anything. I don't like the fact that the last turn of Eclipse plays differently than the
Yeah,
other
yeah,
turn.
right, right.
It needs a little bit of randomness at the end to go, well, it might end this turn, or it might end next turn, or it might end the turn
Yeah.
after that. But that said, yeah, Eclipse is one of my favorite games, and I'm all in on everything they come out with, the expansions, everything. That's a great game.
Well,
Um,
let me ask you. So, in my head, I always think of this concept. I would say Magic Realm is a perfect game. Now, not that it's perfect because it has flaws. There are things I think were misses. Like I don't think visitors are that impactful. I don't think mission.
the fact
Go
that you
ahead.
and I are the youngest people who've ever learned how to play the game on our own might be one counter to that
I
point.
always argue it took me a decade to learn how to really play Magic Realm, right? But I think for what it sets out to do, it is weirdly perfect. I don't even know how to explain it. It's just this weird concept. I think Eclipse is a perfect game. Not that it's perfect, but it does such a wonderful job at what it sets out to do.
Yep.
Another one is Victory Games Civil War. I love Victory Games Civil War. I love the
That one I have it on my shelf. I've never gotten it to the table.
ah. I mean, you have
I have an unpunched copy of it, probably in mint condition, unopened.
the
Can I
impulse,
sell that for
the
about
movement.
$1,000?
It's a beautiful game. It really is.
I love the politics of it. That was the part that intrigued me. The idea that you're playing, Lincoln,
Yeah.
and and you're trying to inspire, in essence, inspire your generals to do something for God's sake, right?
Well,
I thought that
and the
was
leaders, yeah, the leaders are really the game in a lot of ways. And at some point it might behoove you to get rid of somebody, right? That the McClellans and so on. And
which political points to do.
yeah,
The idea of perfect games. I do have some games that I think are absolutely perfect, and they're pretty wide ranging. Top of that list is Triumph and Tragedy. If you
okay.
ever, as a game designer, want to understand how a map design can be absolute perfection, it is that map. Craig Basink, to me, is right up there with Richard Hamblin for brilliance. And just by reaching out as a fanboy, we've had a few conversations. He actually gave me permission to use his system for a fantasy version of
Oh,
taking
interesting.
that system and making it a fantasy, which, to be blunt, would work amazingly well in the world of Greyhawk. I will absolutely design that game, and I would get working on it tomorrow if I could get the IP for World of Greyhawk. So if anybody on this stream knows somebody at PSR and can help me navigate that and get the right to do a game based on the Greyhawk Wars.
Hold on, I'll call the
Um,
Pinkertons.
yeah, I'm serious, man. I would that would be a Grail game for me up there on par with Dragons Down, frankly.
So
War of the
good
Ring is another.
is
Sorry, go
another
ahead.
War of the Ring. I said I'm writing down your any of
Yeah.
your perfect games. I'm writing down to check out.
The original Dune. Not Dune Imperium
Oh,
is an amazing game, and I played a lot. But the original
I,
Dune is, hey, I'm about to go to bed, and I have to wake up at 5 in the morning to go on a 12-hour flight to Europe, and somebody says, "Oh, I was just going to play, thinking on playing Dune." I go, "Well, I'm in."
I love the original Dune. I love that
Original
game.
Dune.
That's a great
You know,
game.
the first game to introduce wildly asymmetric powers,
Yeah.
and it does it. So I don't have the Sting cover version, but I do have the Avalon Hill version and the Gale Force 9 version. And if you haven't played that, find a way to play that. That game's amazing.
I love the
And then
original Dune. I
the
love
final
I
one on this is Galaxy Trucker.
Oh
Right?
yeah. No. That's you're right. That's a great little game actually. Yeah.
Again, perfection in design. You have to be okay with the idea of I spent some time now building my ship, and now let's enjoy it getting absolutely obliterated, and let's have a good laugh at my expense, right? Um,
I like
I
the
will say,
OG Civ. I like the original Civ too, frankly.
yeah, a little too long for me in that
Yeah.
sense. I agree with you. There are other, Napoleonic Wars is amazeballs. Um, I'm blanking on a name. There's a Civ game that Space Empires 4X I think is amazing, especially when played online, where Vassal can do some of the
Oh yeah.
bookkeeping
I've
for you.
never seen that game. I've thought about it. I was like, ooh, maybe I want to get. I've watched playthroughs and thought, ooh, maybe I want that game, kind of, but have never pulled the trigger. So maybe I'll
SpaceX
have to.
Space Empires 4X is on par with Eclipse and TI4 in my eyes.
Really,
Amazing,
really.
amazing. It's just the problem with it is it doesn't have table presence. It's a bunch
Yeah.
of cardboard
Yeah.
chips. It's a
Yes.
GM, right?
Yeah. Yeah. It,
Um,
it yes, it does. It does look sort of yeah, like as opposed to say an eclipse or whatever, which looks really sort of stunning. I hear you there.
Dune Imperium is one of the few. I'm not a big worker placement guy. I don't like co-ops. The only co-op I'll play is Black Orchestra. But Dune Imperium is a perfect game design as well, whether you like it or not. I don't tend to like deck builders.
Mhm.
There's a game. I'm gonna blank on the name. It's a GMT game about the Crisis in Rome, Time of Crisis, which is the way to do deck builders. You literally can pick and choose your cards, but from your pile, you don't draw them random. It's not like, oh, draw the top of your deck, and you go,
Right.
well, I didn't get the cards I need, so my turn's wasted. Um, those are all some really, really good games. I'm rambling at this point on this question,
No,
but
that's okay. That's fine. I mean, I think we're at that part of the night, maybe, right? I
yeah,
mean, maybe. Okay. And that's okay.
yep,
Um, I will circle back at some point to get us back a little bit to Dragons Down. But I did want to ask though. I felt again seeing the turn in the Magic Realm community's acceptance of Dragons Down, let's call it, right? It struck me that the community was sort of hungry for a game, if that makes any sense.
yep,
Um, like I could play Magic Realm for another 40 years and I'd be fine, I think.
yep,
But
yep,
boy, I have on my shelf is a train wreck of Runebound, Mage Knight,
yep,
Fallout, Skyrim. Yeah, right. I have so many of these. I call them epic fantasy board games that
yep,
Return of the Heroes, and
yep,
they all have fallen short to me.
yeah.
And
So,
what is
yeah,
that magic? Like, what is it that you're trying that you cap? They all theoretically do the same thing.
yep. And why do they fall short, right?
I,
So, it's interesting. That's a great question. And by the way, I wanted to address one quick comment
yeah.
that Victor made, where he goes, "We're not going to slander the great name of Twilight Imperium 4. I hope we're not."
No.
But I will say this about Twilight Imperium 4 and 3 and 2 and 1 is, especially 4 though, as you're playing a game to score points, and the number of times you go, "Hey, I'm just going to move into this planet even though you already own it, and I'm just doing it because I need that 1 point, and then I'm going to move right back out." That kind of stuff is not true for X because you're trying to do something to score a point and you're negotiating with your neighbor. I love Twilight Imperium 4, and I will play that anytime. But
I love to
But
watch it more than I love to play it, believe it or not. Like I will watch when they do the tournaments on YouTube and stuff. I will it's ridiculous because and I think my wife is like, "What are you doing? Stop it."
yeah,
And I will sit there and I will watch hours of that.
yeah.
But I don't love to play it as much. Like if you asked me Twilight Imperium or Eclipse, I'd play Eclipse, but I would watch the shit out of Twilight Imperium.
Yeah, you got a hell of a life, Chris. You're really impressing us all. I'm just
I'm
going to tell you.
sorry.
At one time when I was designing Hellenica, it's a 1 to 7 player game, and the AI system in that game is second to none. In my, sorry, that I'm just going to retract that whole statement. I think the AI in there is really well done. That's the thing I'm most happy about. But I did play a 0 player game one Friday night, and I thought, God, I got a hell of a life as I'm watching the system play. So back to your original question, which was, why do these games fall short? I think that one of the key things is expectations, right? I think it's also the same reason why many Space 4X games fall flat. And there's a theme in mechanics mismatch often. And I talked a little bit about immersion earlier, right? The idea of, hey, if I roll a 7, I win, or I kill the thing. That just takes me out of the immersion. And specifically in these fantasy adventure games. And by the way, I know the designer of Runebound. He's a friend of mine. Daryl is amazing. He is so talented. At least the second edition before they went to the Pogs or whatever the hell for it. And they're people who love Runebound. It's not quite. Sorry, I have a moth. I just want to make sure it wasn't a bat. Massive moth above me right now. But I think in a lot of them, the tactical combat falls short. And that's why, when people talk about, I don't like dungeon crawlers. I have designed a game that arguably is a dungeon crawler. I don't think of it that way. It's a fantasy adventure game, more so. But it has tactical combat that's very visceral. But, like in tactical, in a lot of these dungeon crawlers, the thing I don't like is you're making a decision, I'm going to shoot or not shoot. Right? And then you roll some dice and something tells you something happens. And, seldom do you go, I think when I place a cube on the attack speed, I think maybe this is me, but I think of it in terms of, I'm not just placing this much speed, but this means, I'm dropping my shoulder as I thrust my spear because that gives me this better oomph or whatever. It helps me go a little bit faster, but I'm not able to really drive it the way I wanted to because I can't put as much might because I don't I literally think that's what's happening to me. And so for me, it's that immersion. And so I think Dragon's Down takes things one level deeper than a lot of these games go. And so you're never, for me personally, you're never taken out of the immersion of the game. And so the theme feels so much stronger. And all of that, what I just said, also applies to Magic Realm. For me.
Yeah. So it's interesting because I think you approach Dragons Down and Magic Realm and so on differently. See, I'm way more I'm still abstract with those games a little bit, right? Like I don't I play a lot of tabletop RPGs, and that's where I sort of get that immersion gig going, right? That's where I get that fix. And Magic Realm and Dragons Down, I sort of see as my wargaming RPG hybrid, right? It's not RPG, it's more the abstract. You're literally playing the month or the campaign in sort of this abstract. It's like the operational art of war in RPGs, kind of, right?
Yeah.
And so I don't really think, oh yeah, I'm doing a thing or whatever. I do actually think, well, if I play 3 speed cubes here in attack, then I'm going to have this chance. Like I actually approach it like that. It's way more wargaming, and it's sort of interesting that you're very immersed. And I'm not, but I still love, but I love it. I think it hits that way too, right? Like I'm okay with going. I'm not drinking a Stein when I'm playing the Dwarf Barbarian. I'm just playing cubes, but I love the way the cubes play, and I'm okay with it.
Oh, Chris, I know. I listened to your podcast where you talked about how much you hated one of my favorite things about the game. I think hate is actually the right word. Where you talked about and even in the in the credits, he talks about how he wants you to read off your cards as if
Right,
that's
right.
describing the card. One of the reasons for that, where that comes from, is um, I have the adventure logs of every game I played of Magic Realm when I was 10 years old. So right now, well, I'm not in my home, but if I was in my home, I could go and I could tell you on August 7th of 1980, on day 5, the White Knight slew this
Right.
particular dragon in such and such a tile. And the reason that matters to me is and for me only,
Yeah, sure.
I can go back to the moment when I was imagining, laying in bed, imagining the adventure I had just had. And so you'll note that the cards, like, you become, the title is the Slayer Lord with the
Mhm.
knights if you killed X number of creatures or whatever the specific requirements are. Everything is meant to be read off in that way. I'm so and so, Slayer of Dragons, the Slayer Lord, the possessor of uh, what's the sword that's got the what's the sword that's got the black cube on it? Sort of the D. I'm
Ugh,
blanking on it. Um,
yeah.
but yeah, like
It's,
that's literally like that's what wielder of such and such. That's for me. I think of Dragon's Down as being an RPG in a board game, not a war game. And so and I can do it solo. It's a dungeon masterless D&D that I can play and get lost in the adventure just like I could when I was 12 years old playing Dungeons and Dragons with my friends and brother.
Michael says decimation is the sword.
Decimation.
Right.
God, I love that name. That was one of the first names I came up with. I was pretty happy with that
And
one.
Nigel
And then
says different people bring different perspectives. That's why we play for the interaction, whether to watch a film or read a book, which I agree with. And it's very interesting to hear your perspective. And again, the adventure logs and stuff, because I would never, by the way, write down I'm like, okay, first off, I play 1,000 games of Magic Realm, right? I mean, I'm not keeping all that. I would, but um, and it's still meaningful. Like I still love the stories. I think emergent storytelling is sort of the interesting part of those games, and I'll get to that in a minute because I think that's one of the things I thought I would like in all those games, Fallout and Skyrim, Arkham Horror, etc. But I don't.
no,
Love
exactly.
is the weird, like the card. Have you played Fallout or Skyrim? Because they have the card based story thing going on, right?
A little too
Which
much.
I thought I would like it because that's sort of that's cool, right? It's a story can branch and stuff can happen, and I'm like, ultimately in the end, I don't like it. It's not
Do
that
I
fun.
adopt the orphan? Do I leave the orphan to starve, or do I give them one of my cans of food? And each one gives you a different reward.
Strange.
And
It's
it's
less
like,
immersive, isn't it?
so
Like,
if you go on Discord right now, or after this stream, and you look at the session reports, God, the number of laughter emojis in there because of the guy. Like, what was the one posted today? Like, you know, uh, I got to day 28, and all I had to do was not roll a -2 on my ranged damage roll, and
yeah,
I win. I died,
yeah,
right? And so you'll notice, and actually in the natives expansion, I'm going to give everybody a new civilization card for each of the original natives because I don't like the fact that the priests of the sacred grove, the knights of the bannerets, the dwarves of the underking. Nope,
mhm.
they're changed to dwarves. They're exact same cards, but they're dwarves, knights, priests. Because I don't want to tell you what the story is. I want you to imagine what, or not, or just play
Right,
it tactically.
right, right. Sure.
Totally great. I don't want to dictate the story to you the way Fallout does or Skyrim or whatever, where it's my adventure that I dreamed up for you. Hell no. It's your adventure. Make of it what you want. And hopefully your kids who play this game will be laying in their bed having just imagination awakened, realizing that it's not just a game, it's something it could be, liberation from a rough day,
Right,
right?
and keep in mind, I mean, you still do leave open And Magic Realm does this, but only in a fan-made expansion. But you keep this open with the scenarios, right? You do have that concept of, well, we could do a narrative if we wanted to. We have a base game, and you can overlay a scenario on it.
That's
And
right.
yeah, so I think
And
it's
hey, and
very
what's the most creative scenario, by the way, which I think is just amazing. The by far the most imaginative scenario you're getting is from the fan contest. I ran a fan contest. We had a stretch goal, and I had several ideas, and instead I said, you know what? My publisher was, are you sure you want to sign up for this work? And I said, no, I don't want to sign up for this work, but I think it's important. And so, fan made scenario. And next, this guy comes up with this idea about demonic possession and having to
mhm,
choose the path of light or the path of darkness, of which you can win either way. Brilliant, right? And that's by
yeah.
far, to me, the most imaginative of the scenarios that's included in the game. And you all are getting that because of one fan's creativity, credited on the scenario sheet. So,
Yeah, as I said, it's just one of those things because I thought there are games that I thought I would love, right? And I just said, okay, this is cool. And and they
well,
keep coming back to sort of the same games over and over. I keep coming back to Magic Realm. I think Dragon's Down is, and it will hit my tail. So the interesting part about Dragon's Down is I've already played it with my buddy Scott, right?
yep,
And we've agreed this will hit the table way more often than Magic Realm, even having loved Magic Realm for 4 decades, because
yep,
it's just easier to teach, and there's less cognitive load on, say, me, because largely if there's a combat, I have 3 or 4 friends that they will not, they just don't. I mean, they'll never do a combat in Magic Realm. They'll be like, tell me, help me out here, tell me what to do, right? So Dragons Down is going to hit the table way more often, which I do appreciate. Um, it's just an easier game to teach, an easier game to grok for most folks, 100%, regardless if the rule book's a hardcover or not. Just a
yeah,
way easier game to get your hands around and your head around. So yeah, I think you've gone a long way there to help me
yeah.
out at my table.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate that. That's actually again incredibly meaningful, right? Like I don't want Dragons Down to be on your shelf. I mean, how many times do you hear about somebody saying, like, they'll say, "On Magic Realm, I've looked at it on my shelf for 30 years," because God knows it's like they want to, but they can't. So I wanted to I wanted to avoid that, right? I wanted an accessible game that people could get in here.
Yeah.
Um, um, Nigel, by the way, Nigel, big fan of Nigel. I actually own one of his first games he ever created, Nigel Buckle.
Oh
He's
yeah.
he along with I'm going to butcher his name, but David Turksey designed Voidfall, which
Oh,
is
okay.
ridiculously popular, and a host of other games, Star Trek, Captain's Chair, some others, right? So the day Nigel appeared in the Discord, that was a happy day for me. And I love his approach, right? It's a different game. People watch movies for a different reason. Sometimes it's popcorn adventure, and you go, and whereas I'm going, I'm kind of done with Marvel, or whatever the case may be.
Yeah.
So it's an absolute great point there that we all do it for different reasons. And I didn't want to force feed a narrative, and you can do that yourself. I always tell people when I'm explaining the game, I always talk. Legend points are kind of like Napoleon or Beethoven or Alexander or something like that. It lives on forever. Fame, that's kind of like being a Kardashian,
Sure.
right? It pays off in the present, but it doesn't last, and that's why you lose half of it, right?
Uh, Scott asked, "What's your favorite class?"
My favorite class. I'll even give a lineage in a class.
Okay.
It's really a hoot to play a human Black Knight or a human knight, and because I mean you're a statue if you get into a scrap with a bunch of them, but I love the old thing of where you have to rely on your armor, and you're just a martial god and can kill things quickly. But the wrong combination comes along and you can be in some trouble. I love the Beastmaster from the Natives expansion. Is really fun to be, flying around on a giant bat, or I was a giant spider rider one time, came waltzing into town, and I imagined what happened as I hired some natives to come work with me, where they probably were coming with some trepidation. So, the story you create in your mind of, you know,
Well,
sure, I'll go work for the guy who rides a giant black widow. No
and
problem.
my darn Beastmaster has not seen a wandering monster the entire game for 3 weeks. I'm like, what is going on? Like, did I forget my deodorant or something? Like, what is, or maybe I have too much. I don't know. Like one or the other.
I love the Burgess in the natives expansion as well. That's a lot of fun. So the four classes that are added in natives, and hint hint nudge nudge, say no more, say no more. Wink wink. We may get you some more. We'll see. But what I love the Burgess class because he doesn't have anything. He's got
Yeah,
money
yeah,
and,
yeah.
and
It's a
a bonus
mess.
and can hire people cheaper.
Uh,
So there's the number of games I've played where like the Burgess hires an army or hires a few guys to go fight for him and then runs away from combat because he doesn't even have a weapon is
yeah,
really funny to me. I just get a kick out of like, what happens because afterwards what happens is the natives, if you evade, the natives just join you after the fight. And I just imagine like the third time that happens, they're
they're
probably changing some words,
yeah, they're
right?
like looking at him like, what? What's going on here? And you're like, well,
Right.
I heard you to fight.
There's a reason I pay you all this gold, right? Yeah, anyway.
Well, I did try the village swarm. So because I mentioned the villager swarm because I was like, well, villagers are cheap. Like villagers are super damn cheap, right? And I still think that's a valid strategy. But boy, there's so much that can go wrong with that. Like one good fireball, and your villager swarm becomes an ashtray, right? Or even the fight that I had on stream when I was playing it and doing it was three trolls, and I'm like, oh god, three of anything, oh lord, and I had four villagers.
Yeah.
Like, yeah,
It's
this is
funny.
rough. This is rough, right?
Yeah, and being the necromancer too is kind of fun, right?
Oh,
Because then you go, "Oh, the villagers all die, they just become skeletons."
I,
But you meet the wrong adult dragon, and um, and that happened to me, and I think it was an enchanter, and I cast charm and hired some villagers, and then went out, and the first thing I encountered was an adult dragon who fireballed all four of us and killed us, and just we're gone. And that was the first time I ever tried a villager swarm technique, and yeah, that's how it ended. So
yeah, I did love the necromancer playing. Oh, I love the necromancer. That was a fun class. Like there was nothing. Now, mind you, a lot of that had to do with fiery chasm. Let's understand something like that. That's a sweet spell if you're hidden and you're just like, okay, guys, we're gonna hit a lot of stuff and we're gonna kill a lot of stuff. And again, a half elf, you get that extra, I think, attack cube, attack slot, right? And so you're hitting a lot of things. Um,
yeah, no doubt. I got
right.
the most I ever had. I got 17 outlaw tokens one time. I think it was a game where I had like 26 points when I retired and 17 outlaw tokens because I just was torching the villagers. And then what happened was I had to roll, right? And there's a tendency for you to lose points, but not always. You can get lucky and earn some points, which is kind of the nature of fame, right? You could be Jesse James, or you could be, the dude who shot John Lennon, right? And where or insert serial killer here that nobody gives a shit about. But the reality is in that particular game, I remember it ended with 19 points because in the net was of those 17 outlaw tokens, I lost 7 and did not win the game.
You were just bad enough. Like you're just
Right,
a
like people.
little too crappy. Like, oh no, sorry.
Yeah, exactly.
You were
And Rob Hannum, thank you so much for your kind words. I will. I think the community is awesome, and you guys have all validated, the efforts here. That's the reality, and I thank you all for your support and for trusting me with, frankly, to be blunt, with your money. Right? You've trusted me with your money, and there's no greater. Well, there's probably some greater trust, but that's a pretty big one.
So And this may be a fluff, maybe it's a dumb question. Did being a game designer change the way you play and enjoy games? Like I've heard computer game devs lament that they no longer enjoyed playing computer games as much because that was their livelihood, as it were. Do you find that true?
I used to work with a guy who was married to the woman from what's the movie where they go in the portal and they go back to ancient Egypt? And then she was in the movie Pitch Black as well. She was one of the people with Vin Diesel. He was married to her. She was in one of the Star Treks or something. Anyway, and he said it ruined him for watching movies because now he couldn't watch a movie and just enjoy it. It was all the acting's very pedantic, the lighting's wrong in this scene, etc. Right?
Right.
I will say that when you guys see me on Tabletop Simulator or posting that I'm going to play Dragons Down, I'm far beyond playtesting at this point. I think I could publish natives, and I think I have a solid vision that it would be good as is. Um, I'm doing it because I still enjoy playing it. I feel like I'm just backhand. Like I'm sorry, guys. I just hurt my arm patting myself on the back.
Ah,
That's not what I was trying to do. But I
no.
still, I still really enjoy playing the game, and I love. I never suggest playing Spring and Autumn Story of China or Hellenica Story of Greece, which are two of my bigger games. But I love when my friends suggest we play it because I really like those games. And if I didn't, and that's why I'm so damn slow and I publish like one game every 2 years, is because I obsess over it, right?
Yeah.
I can't, and I'm also pretty connected to it. My relationship with, I started a studio called Active Magic Games that I own, and I developed some games. Like I developed a game called Built for War, which I also really love, right? And design, build, and fight with World War II tanks. How can you not like that? But I don't. But the reality is, you know, I'll never be the guy who puts out 3 games in a year. I don't think anyway, just because I'm too close to it and I'm too passionate about it.
Scott
You know,
said, "Is it Stargate?" And Michael said, "Is it Claudia Black?" So I don't know
that's,
either of those because I don't
yes
watch enough
and
movies.
yes.
Okay,
As a
there you
matter of fact,
go.
yeah, it's great because on her IMDb page at one point there was somebody who said, "I think she got married," and then it said Jamie question mark as in the husband's name, and that is the guy's name. And we were like, "Yeah, exactly. Why would she marry
So,
Jamie of all things?"
so,
Right?
so you did mention a lot of your games, a few other pieces of your ludography, if I'm gonna use a $10
Yeah.
word there. Is Dragons Down your favorite? What's your favorite? Like, which is it?
Yeah. Yes, unequivocally, Dragons Down is my favorite game. Magic Realm is my favorite game of all time. I've literally been able to create something that, as you can tell from the chat, has resonated with people.
Yeah,
Um, you know, holy cow. Um, that's incredibly meaningful to me. And Spring and Autumn is a great 4X, and I love it. I love that game, and I love playing it. I like it better than Hellenica.
okay.
Hellenica has a little bit more kludgy things in it. A couple, like it's like the Magic Realm. It's like oh, I included a little too much, and it's really cool, and I love it, and it's up to 7 players. But you know, um, I think for me, I love knowing the fact that in 40 years I'll either be 97 or I'll be dead and buried. And there's gonna be somebody somewhere playing Dragons Down, right?
Yeah.
And is there? I'm not gonna pay my mortgage, but it is just knowing that that's a true statement is incredibly meaningful to me.
Yeah. No, yes. I think probably somebody will be playing it. I think, I mean, I have my kids all play it, by the way.
Oh, did you?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, because they've all played Magic Realm with me, by the way. That's one of my best board gaming stories is torturing my kids with Magic Realm.
Okay, yeah.
And so not right. And so I
Yeah, my
did.
my son was playing Magic Realm at 10 years old.
Yeah.
He's 21 now, and he's at University of Southern California. But in their video game design program. In essence, he just put out a game. I gotta do a plug. The Word Cleaner. If you've, it's the most successful game created by USC as part of their program there, and he was a central part of that. It's pretty awesome and fun game. But that said, he moved away from board games, right? Now he's totally into video games, and
Sure.
but he will return one day, I know.
Yeah, there's something about a board game, I think. And maybe
I
I'm
don't
just
like
old.
games that have apps, right? I don't like, when Gollum Arcana came out, I was like, oh, it's the greatest idea of all time. And then they stopped support for the app, right? And then you go, well, I guess I have a game that I could make up rules for if I want.
Yeah.
And that's why I actually won't do games that have an app attached to them. I'd rather just get a video game. Um, because there's something about the board game where you go set up, here are the components. It's all tactile, and I'm with people. Good Lord, what's not to like about that?
So I'm going to ask you what your best gaming story is. I'm going to tell you about torturing my kids for like 2 minutes, and then I'm going to ask you what your best gaming story is, right? So when my youngest were a little younger, they would watch me, and I was playing realm speak effectively, and so I got them, and I had to sort of coach them through the moves or whatever, but they would do what they wanted to do. It was the barbarian and the berserker, I should say, and the white knight, and they were going, and I remember I was the druid because I was like, nah, I'll pick a random character and it's the druid. And the druid is what it is. But it's a very quiet game, right? And they were picking at me because I had found a bunch of treasures in this one clearing and they were too heavy for me to pick up. And they were like, hey, well, I suppose we can carry those for you, Dad, right? They were sort of like they were poking me. And so the very next moment, they run in to the altar. Then they both converged, and they saw the demon, and they're like, "Yeah, we're going to do this right together, and we're going to kill the demon." And right, and so very first thing, they both go in, and they're already picking they're already like, ooh, all the treasure we're going to get and all that, right? And again, making fun of me because I couldn't carry all the stuff that I had left in my clearing. First thing that thing does is turn around and power the pit them and double ones, and everybody's dead in the clan. And I laughed at them. I just sat there as like, and love it. I love it. By the way, so what is your best gaming story?
Oh God. Look, there's 1,000 of them, and I'm sure I'm probably forgetting what is the best one. But one that has stood the test of time. There's two that have stood the test of time. They're very simple ones. Playing Lord of the Rings Confrontation, right? Where you're with a friend of mine, and the rules were sitting, God knows, a foot and a half away from me, and he was playing the light side, and I said, Gimli's a 2, right? Which was his characters. And I knew where Gimli was. I was going to attack. And he goes, yeah, Gimli's a 2. And I attacked, and Gimli is a 3. And because of that one difference, I lost the battle and lost the game, right? Now, I bitched about how he had cheated, originally. And he goes, rules are right there. You didn't have to ask me the question. I'm not obligated to give you the truth, right? Blah, blah, blah. And he said a great line 6 months later. He said, if that wouldn't have happened, we wouldn't remember that game. That'd just be one of a myriad of games that we've played. But because we had a good laugh, it created a memory that has stood the test of time. And so I think he's absolutely right. We still joke about it. Anytime, he'll ask, like, hey, we're playing a 4. I'd play with the same, the four of us are largely the same folks who play it all the time. And, every once in a while, if we're collaborating on something against somebody, it'll be like, Gimli's a 2, right? Meaning, can I trust you, right?
And now you have a shorthand. Now you have a code word.
Exactly. The other one that stands out to me was in Mare Nostrum, which is another game I really enjoy. We have one guy, coincidentally, his name is Chance, and he plays with from my perspective, a fairly randomized strategy. I don't always get it, but he's a really good gamer. And so anyway, he attacked across. He tried. I was Greece. He was Rome. No, got that reversed. I was Rome. He was Greece. And he's like, hey, let's go attack Travis on the other side of the Mediterranean. And I said, that's a great idea, even though it's a stupid idea, because I got to make him move first. So he moves full force into Cyrenaica, and then I move full force into Greece and win the game because he did that. And so in our gaming circle, doing a Cyrenaica is doing a move that made no sense, that got you nothing and probably lost you the game. And so that's a section that stands out to me as being very memorable as well.
And how many friends have you lost playing diplomacy then?
Yeah, exactly. I kept all my friends, but we also realized it was a game. My game group, one thing is so great about my friends, and we're all a bunch of damaged human beings, right? We've got more problems than than you care to know about. But man, if somebody stabs you hard and good, we appreciate the quality of the stab,
Uh,
right?
it too
So,
brutai. Right? You're
yeah,
like,
well, my name in the group is Dice Jesus, and they say I'm luckier than them, which I have actually like logged during COVID. I logged all the games,
yeah,
automatically because it logs all the die rolls and stuff and Vassal and stuff like that. And so I was able to prove to them that I'm no luckier than they are, but they do believe that I'm lucky at the right times, which may be factual. And so they call me Dice Jesus, but they also know that, I won't do things that would make me untrustworthy from a metagame perspective.
right.
But if shafting you in the face with a shiv will win me the game, I'll do that to my mother in a game. Right?
Sure. Which, I
So,
mean, people might remember that for the next game, maybe, but buyer be warned, right? I mean, that's just sort of how it goes.
that's the value of people fearing you as a gamer too.
No one fears me, Scott.
I mean, like that. I mean, but the idea of like, oh, that person's kind of an easy mark. I have a reputation of being a tough cookie in a game, and so a tough out. Although I have another great memory playing Spring and Autumn with a bunch of guys down in Panama. Met these guys online. I happened to be going through Panama. They hosted me. Greatest time ever. Uh, and one of the guys was Ecuadorian, and uh, and so I started this running joke throughout the game night of saying, hey. Uh, well, my mom always told me, you should always trust an Ecuadorian as we were getting along. And then later I stabbed them in the back to try and win the game. And, and I said, well, as my mom always said, you never trust an Ecuadorian. So the story just mutated over time, right? And then he crushed me and ended up winning the game and being the reason I lost the game. My attack had some long odds to it. And he won. And so that's been a running gag. And that guy's a friend of mine now, and he actually was a partner. He does these incredible board game bags, and he did a branded Dragons Down board game bag on his campaign. And he was at Gen Con. I hadn't seen him since Panama. And so just the one running gag of and stabbing somebody in the back and then having it not pay off. And out of that I got a friend.
I am.
How
I
are the
can.
board games?
I cannot tell you how bummed I am that I missed Jag. Like, I haven't gone in so many years, so it was just one of those things where it's like, and you mentioned it, I'm like, oh God, I wish I could go to Gen Con, but it just wasn't in the cards.
Yeah, it's not for everybody, but it is.
Well,
I was
I want to.
7 a.m. until about 11 o'clock every night. I actually, outside of teaching Dragons Down, which I never played at Gen Con, I played one game at Gen Con, and that was Lie, which is an amazing game. It's basically Liar's Dice, which is done by my publisher, Mr. B Games. But it sells at Barnes Noble for $5, and it's a little gum package sized board game. That was and I played that for about 7 minutes. That was the only game I played all of Gen Con, other
I
than Dragon.
I want to go one last time before I'm too old to walk on the convention floor. Like, you know what I mean? Because you walk so many hours, and I get that maul back, right? I'm old enough to go. I'm an old man. Like, I need lifts or something in my shoes to walk on Gen Con for. And I love the demo floor. I love walking by all the Warhammer, the battles going on.
Yep.
And again, let's understand something. In any given group of people, I am the most boring guy in the room. Let's understand. And I think I almost am proud of that. I sat one year and watched Fletcher Pratt for 4 hours. Have you ever seen them play Fletcher Pratt? It's a naval war game. They play in a gym, and it's just and oh, glorious. I was like, oh, these are my people right here. Like this is. I would never play it because God, it looks like the most boring thing to play. Strangely enough, and yet I loved watching. And I would go back there hour after hour to see. Oh yeah, I see the Yamamoto has three puff balls, cotton balls on it. It must have been hit. That kind of thing. I loved it. Love
That
it.
would have been so fun. I could get off on that. I don't, it's one of the other things about Gen Con that's so crazy too is you'll be walking around and it's massive, and there's the demo area, there's the board gaming area, there's the exhibit hall, and all of that, which is massive, is like a third of Gen Con. Because then you go, oh, Lucas Oil Stadium has everything from massive LARPing sessions to board gaming and all that, and then there's all the sign up stuff. There's the panel discussions, which I've never made it to any of those. And then you'll be walking by and you'll see this, like the equivalent of like a banquet hall in at a wedding, and it'll be it'll be rented out for a game you've never heard of.
Yeah.
And it will be packed, and you'll go, I've been board gaming for 40 years, well, no, 50 years. I've never heard of this game, and there are 200 people in that room, which is more than played Dragons Down, right? And so it's just amazing.
Have you ever? Well, so I went the one year, and they did. It was the GDW, the World War II. They made a series of World War II board games, and I forget the name of them, unfortunately, because it's that time, and I've drank several of these, so I apologize. But but all the games locked together to a giant campaign game. So it was all of World War II being played by dozens of dudes, right? And that's what all they were going to do all weekend. And I'm like, oh my God, I can't imagine going to Gen Con and playing this one mega game for 4 days straight. And I'm like, bravo, chef's kiss. Like those guys, that's just wonderful. Like I love that vibe.
I do too. And, people who go just for the cosplay, whether that's your thing or not. I just, whatever you are accepted at Gen Con. And I think that's pretty special, right? You can just be yourself. And believe me, you'll see every body type. You'll see every personality type. You'll see every respect level. The dude with the big backpack on front and back and dragging a wagon through the exhibit hall. And you're going, you're like 9 times the size of a normal human being, and I don't mean that body. I mean literally because you have all this like accoutrement on yourself. Maybe tone it down just 10%, please.
Anyway,
I will say this: I am famous at Gen Con, but not because of my board game designs. One year, this would be 3 years ago, going to Gen Con. An hour, well, probably 2 hours before I had to leave for my flight, I'm sleeping in my home alone, and a bug crawled into my ear. I ended up in the ER, and the nurse in front is like, "Oh, don't worry, Mr. Demers, this happens all the time. We're gonna take care of that. We're gonna get that bug out. We'll just put a little rubbing alcohol. Don't worry, it happens all the time." I said, "Oh, okay, good," because it was driving me crazy. It was deep in there, and it was
that sounds horrible.
It was horrible. No, so anyway, oh no, because I'm about to frighten you all. Right before the doctor started, I heard the doorknob starts coming in, and I feel it starting to come out. And the nurse is sitting there with me, and I say, "Hey, I think it's coming out." And it pops out, and it lands on the table, and it was a spider.
Oh God!
Right? And the nurse who had just told me, "No big deal, happens all the time. Don't worry about it, Mr. Demers," literally goes, "I think I'm going to be sick. I'm going to have nightmares for a week." And so in typical fashion, I shared that story with some friends or whatever. And by the way, it was a wolf spider. If you ever want to be freaked out, just Google wolf spider. That was in my ear. Anyway, at Gen Con, I had people I didn't know walking up to the booth, just going, "Are you the dude with the spider in your ear?" And I'm like, "That was me." Yes, it was. I missed my chance to be Spider-Man, though, Chris.
That is, you needed to get. I mean, first off, so we can get a little bit of low grade radioactive material, and we can start irradiating spiders and putting them in your ear, presumably, and see what happens, right? I missed my chance to be Batman by not having super rich parents. So it all works out. We've all missed our calling a little bit.
Yes.
I do love Jen. Like I said, I got to get back one more time, and I really got to take my kids. Although that sounds really expensive now that I said it, but I would. Now my kids are all old. Like you think I'm talking about like 8-year-olds and crap. My youngest is a high school senior, so taking them means like taking a 27-year-old and right, that kind of thing. But I would love to bring like all of them because they never really experienced that kind of thing, and they all are either sort of vaguely into gaming of one sort or another a little bit, and that would be sweet, I think.
Right.
My eldest son just got into painting Warhammer miniatures, and so first off, I told him, "Well, you're not getting any money from me. Like, stop it. Like, that's too much. That's a bad financial decision. But go for it." And but yeah, I think going there and him seeing all those the Warhammer dioramas and the big battles with all that would be pretty awesome for that. Or
Right.
everybody, oh my god! So I had the same thing. The bug went deeper, and now I only vote. Okay, you had me for a second, Rob. That, yeah. I had a
So
tick once. I went to Georgia and came back with a tick, and that had to be electrified off of my body. So that's a weird, that's my weird bug story.
yeah,
But again,
I
more boring than yours.
That can of worms, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, here we are. Now we're talking. So, what's your worst insect infestation story? Oh, I had screwworm. Jesus Lord. The end is nigh. So, what are you playing right now? What are you playing right now? Not right now, obviously, because you're not playing anything. I hope, but
Dune Imperium, Dragons Down is, well, in order, probably Dragons Down, Dune Imperium. I tend to go heavier games. Pax Pamir is amazing, War of the Ring, Successors. Two game companies that all play their games, most of their games, anytime is GMT. I love GMT games. I like the coin games, although I don't think I like them as much as I think I like them. But they're, I know that doesn't make sense.
I get it. I sort of get it. Yeah.
I love the concept of it. And then when I play it, there are some of them where I don't quite thematically don't quite work for me. Like I like Cuba Libre more than I like the Fire on the Lake, which to most people it's completely the opposite. But I've tended away from some of the more complex games. My game group, huge fans of Napoleonics. The Napoleonic Wars is amazing, and Here I Stand, those kinds of games. I'm really looking forward to this game. There's a game company called Fork Circle who put out Shores of Tripoli, which is a very short game, plays in like a half hour, but is amazing, and their quality is top notch. They're coming out with, I think it might only be their second game, but maybe they've done more that I just don't know of, called Hunt for Blackbeard that was on Kickstarter. I'm really looking forward to that game because I don't mean to plug, and I have no connection to them at all, but I think they're a company where just like Mr. B Games is worthy of your attention. So that's tends to be what's on. I play a video game called Dead by Daylight.
Oh,
Which
yeah.
By the way, which is why my name is Kill That Guy. For anybody who's connected to me on Tabletop Simulator, Steam, my name's so in that game Dead by Daylight. There are 4 survivors and 1 killer, and I play at the survivor side. And so the killer has a view of the 4 of you standing by a campfire, and so my name is Kill That Guy, pointing to the guy next to me.
There you go.
Right, so that's why my name is Kill That Guy.
I'm with Stupid. You're I'm with Stupid T-shirt, except it's that guy first. Yeah, not that.
Happy to answer any questions if there's any.
I'm out. I've done my questions. I've done all my questions. I think we had a pretty decent chat. I don't know if anybody has any more questions.
I will say one last thing, maybe just what's kind of next for me might be worth. So obviously Dragon's expansions, right? The concepts of maybe legendary treasures and legendary treasure sites, development game, seeing if we can make that work. I've actually played my first game with the new development rules, and went really well. I was really happy
I'm
with it.
interested in that because I never liked the development rules in Magic Realm at all.
I
Like
hated
I
it.
thought they were a terrible idea. Like I mean, for all the good in that game, I thought, really, you're gonna,
So, so let me circle back to that, and
yeah,
I'll just give a little bit of a teaser on that. There's also concept of Eastern Reaches, which would be new terrain packs and monsters,
mm-hmm.
expanded spell systems, and of course new treasures. Um, there's a game called I have called Regime. It's a two-player hidden map deduction game that I'm working on. Another game called Scrap, which is a little bit Galaxy Trucker-ish, but it's that's basically the movie Mad Max. The one where the one that everybody thinks is the first one with Mel Gibson.
Right.
You play the people inside the oil refinery who've built the walls, trying to uh, scour enough parts and create enough fuel to make an escape from the marauders who are attacking your place. And that's game. Possibly an expansion for Spring and Autumn Story of China. Possibly a second edition of Hellenica Story of Greece if there's
Wow.
interest in it. I'd love to do the fantasy game using the Triumph and Tragedy system if someone helps me get the IP from Wizards of the Coast.
Huh.
Yeah, and
I think
so
you might. I think you might have to make that. You might have to make your own IP because I don't know. Again, that sounds like a rough haul.
yeah, that'd be a big one.
Yeah.
But I would say this, the game The Reckoners was done by some folks that were in my playtest group I formed in that I participated in, helped lead in debt here in Denver, and they got the IP to The Reckoners to do that game by just approaching Brandon Sanderson at a book signing. You may have seen recently that so Gloomhaven has been passed as the largest Kickstarter campaign of all time by an RPG based on Brandon Sanderson's systems. And so that just happened like yesterday. I think they did 15 million or maybe more now. So yeah. So anyway, so just know that I reached out. I had an amazing idea for a co-op game of all things, based on The Martian, with limited communication between Earth and of course the player playing, the dude on Mars. And to the point that I reached out to Andy Weir about getting rights to do a board game labeled The Martian, and he was all in, except for the fact he didn't even own the rights anymore. And I said, "Can you introduce me?" And he said, "No." And he said, "But this is an amazing idea. You got to do it." And I just reached out to him on Facebook. He's an amazing dude. And I said, "I'll do it without."
But you could do that game without an IP like that.
Yeah,
you could.
It's not going to be worth your time unless you could get the IP for it, because people would want to play.
Okay.
So anyway, I said, I'll make a deal with you. I'll put the time in to make the game if you'll do the forward. He goes, "I am prohibited from doing that based on my contract."
Oh my. Okay.
So,
all right.
Anyway, yeah. So back to the development game, and this is probably what people care about. They don't want to hear me ramble.
I think we're all into rambling at this point. If we're all here at this time, I think rambling is on the table, don't you? I mean, come on.
Yeah, maybe so.
Yeah.
I feel like all I've done is rambled since I started here, but so here's the gist. I'll give the gist, which is you start as a villager, which has limited cubes, limited parts, etc. That's equivalent to your class. You got no attributes. You got a dagger and you got like 5 gold. You choose any lineage, and it's the regular way the lineages work because that's kind of your background, right? And then you go off into the world. I highly recommend sneaking a lot. But what ends up, and then as you earn legend points and fame and gold, you can spend those to add boxes or might cubes or speed cubes or attributes or whatever. But those are tied to certain natives or to certain natives. And so it might be that you go to the sellswords to get a speed cube, you go to the dwarves to get a heart, you go to to get a might, and so then that makes the individual natives more important.
That's intriguing. That's super interesting.
And
Oh,
then,
I had to journey across the map to go get this thing I want.
yeah, and so there's not a time limit necessarily on the
Yeah,
game, or at least I haven't figured that out yet, or I don't know that I want to artificially do it, right? At this point, you're just doing a D&D style adventure in a sense, like off to
yeah,
get better and level up. And you could haggle over the price as well if you want, but obviously, you're going to have to go to a whole bunch of different natives and work with folks who may not like you in order to get things. And then the real breakthrough comes on to me on two places: the attributes, which you can get from any natives who have those attributes printed on their token. So you can go to the priest to get cunning, you can go to the dwarves to get um, wisdom. And then the big one is merchants become more important because there'd be an additional set of cards that are special abilities,
mm,
right? Or class abilities.
right.
Those would be individual cards. And in my head, I haven't created any of these, but there are two of them that are dealt to each merchant, or maybe there's only one, I don't know. But they reside with the merchants. And then you don't have to pay for those, but in order to take it, you have to achieve whatever is the requirement on it. So let's say you want to, have the ranger special, and there's a ranger, where searching in a forest clearing gives you an additional a reroll, right?
Right,
Let's say that, in order to do that, you have to visit all 5 of the forest tiles. I don't know if that's the
right,
right
right.
way. It would be like that. And so looking at a merchant, you look at the various special advantages that they have available, and then you could pick and choose what you want to try to accomplish. And once you get one, that's your special ability then. And so over time, you develop your character literally any way you want. Obviously, the elves and the priests are where you get magic cubes and, blah,
Right.
blah, blah. You kind of get the gist, right? And so then it becomes a free form, create your own adventure style instead of I'm just a shitty
Right.
black knight,
Yeah, right, right.
you know.
Yeah, so yes. Well, that's what always, I was like, well, the worst part actually was the Amazon was better because she had the bow. It's just
Exactly, right?
like you're like, why can't I start? What? Why did I throw my bow away when I got better?
Right. Well, and the Black Knight's a great example, right? One of his advantages is aim, and then he doesn't have a bowed weapon,
Yeah.
and then a ranged weapon, and then you get the if you start at an
Yes.
earlier level, you can start with a crossbow.
It
Hell yeah!
sounds it sounds like a lot. Now, again, I imagine you'll be able to pull it off, but it does sound like a lot of bits, right, that going on there. So
Yeah.
so that's it's
So
interesting, and I assume that would be an expansion. Would that sort of you package it as an
so
expansion, maybe?
this is so far away from even
Yeah,
being on the
sure.
cards of whether I want to do an expansion. The reality is, I think this could be a sheet of paper.
Interesting. Yeah, yeah, maybe. Yeah, right.
So let's pretend you created the hero board as a sheet of paper,
Right, right.
and you had a space for the lineage card, and you had a class, and it was just the stuff that was hardcore
And you just
pre-printed.
marked it off as you did it. Is that sort of where you're
And
at?
then everything else, yeah, and everything else was faded out,
I,
you know,
well,
and then you just colored it in or drew it in with a pencil right as you did
yeah.
it. So.
It's interesting. It's
So
interesting.
the cards, and so then at that point you go, the cards are the part, anyway, that just
Yeah.
things that the other part is you could, in reality, you could just have a class card that says villager on it, and it's literally the size of a poker card, and it has all the stuff that I'm talking about here, and you just put it on your player board. I just feel that's a pretty limited experience, right?
Right. Yeah, Nigel says might need easier monsters when you level up. Yeah, I can imagine that villager just getting eaten, which
Yeah,
is just
yeah,
makes sense. But it's like the funnel in Dungeon Crawl Classics.
yeah.
And again, I'm
I will say this: the first time I played, I got about 5 turns in, and then something happened. I remember going, and then I remember distinctly saying, I'm just going to pretend that didn't happen. And then I did well after that. But
right.
anyway,
No, I mean, I, now let's understand. So I'm gonna say one thing, and let's understand before I say this. I'm a putz. I am at best I'm a hobbyist. At worst, I am the bad backseat driver to the bus full of armchair quarterbacks. So let's keep that in mind as far as games and game design. But you could probably put out any number of Dragons Down expansions. and they would all sell just fine. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I think it just feels like you could go expansion after expansion after expansion. And I think the folks that like Dragon's Down would probably go for every one of those, is my guess.
Yeah, so
It,
let me throw a comment in there, right? My commitment to everybody that ever listens to this podcast is I promise you I will never half-ass anything, ever. It's unfortunately been a trademark of my life that, and I always talk about to my kids about this, right? Is you swing for the fences, right? Whatever you choose to do, give it everything you got, right? Because you don't, for your spouse, for your job, for your life, for your art, if your soul is telling you to go walk the earth and work in a bar in Tahiti, then that's what you need to do and not go to college. That's just what it is because you only get one swing. And so make life what you want it to be and go for everything you want with everything you have. The downside of that is I put out one game every 2 years. So but that's my commitment to all of you is that I will not half-ass anything. That said, these ideas, I agree with you. I think, the people who have sat here and listened to me go blah, blah, blah for 2+ hours, right, are in. But the purpose of doing expansions at this point, yes, it's to deliver more to all of you. But, me doing, an expansion that introduces 20 more cards and I charge you $10 for it or
right.
whatever. I don't, I'm not saying that's what it is, so don't hold me that. I don't make those prices, but obviously isn't going to pay the bills, right? Or isn't going to do anything.
Sure.
But it is an opportunity to do a second printing and a third printing and a fourth printing. And so I truly believe that Dragon's Down, as word gets out about it, it will have a long life. And so
Yeah.
that's the goal, right?
Yeah, Nigel's quality over quantity, and Sean says, personally love the slow trickle of expansions. Never been a fan of the new crowdfunding model of everything all at once. I do sort of agree with Sean because man, so the crowdfunding is so. I mean, oh hey, we can play Kingdom Death Monster if you have $400. I'm like, hold on, that's
Yeah.
like what is going on? Um, but yeah, I do think the game is very expandable, right? It's very extensible, which is a virtue. And
It's a system.
I think one of Richard Hamlin's I don't know, maybe a sadness. I don't know because I don't know the guy right at all. But I feel that one of the sadnesses was all the stuff that he wanted to do didn't get in because it was impossible, right? At the time, that game was pushing the limits of what you would jam into a box and then sell on a shelf, right?
Yeah, 100%.
And none of the stuff like he wanted, like you said, he wanted terrains and he wanted to expand the game. That wasn't going to happen in 1979. There was almost no good way to do that, and frankly, the game didn't do that well, right? It was sort of Avalon Hill's answer to D&D, and though it was a brilliant game, it was sort of ahead of its time and missed on all of that. Um,
It's funny when I toured Avalon Hill's offices. I mean, I got directions to Avalon. I was in Baltimore, drove up from Raleigh, North Carolina, where I live, with my brother, and they said, go down. And I'm thinking like just, shining tower. I was, young and didn't know, and it was like when you get to the turn left into the gravel entry between the gas station and the used car lot, right? And it was Monarch Avalon, which was Monarch was a printing company.
yes,
They don't need nice offices. You drive it, and then you get there and you go, "This place is a pit," right? And like you'd walk, and there were boxes of stuff, not games, but just boxes that created some of the hallways, like and stuff. And so somebody being a cubicle that was made out of not boxes, but it was a cubicle. And so it was a little like underwhelming in that sense. And then you realize that some of these folks were the most creative people that have ever designed games, right?
yes,
And you go, these people are creating this stuff and pushing the limits. Hamblin being a great example, pushing the limits of what's possible in a game. And we're walking and there's a stack of Third Reich, and the guy goes, and he grabs one and just rolls it up and gives it to me. And it was just craziness, right? And so expectations didn't match reality, but that's okay. And I do all my design out of my house, right?
Yeah.
You guys can come to the offices of Active Magic Games. You'll see that it's underwhelming.
I'm coming. I was gonna come until you said you don't drink, and then I'm like, well, what's the point then, right? I mean, what's the damn point?
No, I've had a beer and a half. I feel a little buzz. That's kind of
I've had like 18 whiskeys, and I'm like, oh god, I'm just feeling existential dread. I don't know what is going on. Like, so, so I don't know. Does anyone have any questions for Scott before we sign off? I think maybe because I don't want to keep you. I know you said you have all night, but I do feel that was more polite than than anything else. Because
no, I'm 57. I don't care about impressing people.
Because I can chat dumbly for very long. Like, you'd be surprised at how dumb I can talk about, like, right, for a long time. You might have seen it already.
Right.
Yeah, KDM. Yeah, I've thought about Kingdom Death Monster, but it's one of those games where you go, well, it's a different vibe. Like, it's very much, oh, hey, have 1,000 miniatures, right, and that whole thing. I love the vibe of the game in terms of, hey, there's a campaign and there's a lot of random shit that can happen because I'm very Ameritrash like that, right? I like randomness because I'm playing solo typically, right? So you need something to keep that interest. But a game like that, it's I think it's too much, right? And I see that a lot. And give me one more. I'm sorry, I apologize. Give me one more second. And I see that a lot at the game store. My buddy owns a game store, and I'm down there, and I'm like, holy crap, $250 for this? Because why? Because there's 500 miniatures in it or whatever, right? And you're like, that's you could have. I miss counters a little bit, and I might be old, but I miss counters. I appreciate the chips because the chips, I think, going to be easier to deal with, easier to store, and cost less ultimately for me.
Yeah, aren't you in for about $4,000 if you want to get everything for KDM now?
Oh my god! Yes, you are. It's crazy.
I know a guy who's really into KDM, and he went all in, he bought all his stuff, and then he wanted painted miniatures, but he doesn't paint, so he hired somebody to paint, and so he'd show up at like game night, and there were a dedicated group who'd play it every week, and I go, oh, I just got these painted. How much you spend? He goes, oh, 150. And I'm like, in addition to the 4,000 or whatever he had spent for the game itself. I'm just like,
and I don't begrudge anyone. You know what I mean? Like, it's cool, right? Yeah, and it's not a bad game. It's, again, I don't like I agree with you in the sense I don't like dungeon crawlers much anymore because I always feel like if I'm going to play Descent or Gloomhaven, why don't I just play basic D&D? Like, I literally have a set of games that do that very well.
Right.
And give me that campaign sort of vibe.
Yep.
And so, KDM's an easy pass, even though I will go watch the videos all day because it's boring. But it does feel excessive. It's one of those where you go, can I just have counters? Rob did ask, do you like how things are going? And what does the future hold? I think you must like how things are going. I think they're going right. Are they going pretty well? I think Dragon's Down has been fairly well received.
Yeah. Okay. So hey, I've had a beer and a half, and I've had 5 beers total in the last year. So
let's go. Let's go,
baby. Yeah, I have another beer, and then I'll be like drooling on my keyboard, crying with you guys. No. I will say this. We got off to a slow start. There was a problem with the advertising got hacked right as we launched. And so we got off to a slower start, and I was extremely disappointed. because I had been laid off at like right about the time this launched or something, a little before. And so I had said, I'm going to do this full time. If I have a release, if I hit X as a number for the campaign, then this is just what I'm going to do, and I'm not going to pursue anything else. Um, and then we didn't get to that goal, but what I was incredibly pleased by was the fact that we picked up momentum through the campaign, which doesn't
Yes.
happen in Kickstarter. And
Oh.
so we normally you have your first day, your second day is half your first day, and then your last day is the same size as your second day, and the stuff in the middle varies a little bit, but it's a little bit of, it's called the doldrums. And we had
Really?
we didn't have that. We had a pretty consistent throughout, which meant that we were people were telling people about it, and so the
Yeah.
word of mouth. So that's what actually had me pretty pleased. I've been extremely pleased with the response of the community, and I have seen second campaigns go bigger than the first campaign. As you know, so Nigel referenced the law of diminishing returns, which is,
Mm-hmm.
I think, typical and probable here with us as well. But I do have hopes that I don't think we had this like campaign that was just so over the top. Oh my God, it was just amazing. And I don't see how we could ever do that again. I'd like to see us do that again. Will we? Doubtful. But you know what? I have seen plenty of people say, I really wanted to get in on this campaign. I missed the window. I didn't even know it existed, right? And so I do think that that's one of the reasons why doing some expansions that are relatively
Sure.
inexpensive, all things considered, for all of you to get additional content while also giving people the opportunity to get all in on the game or get Dragons Down is, I think, really important.
Now, can I ask a question and this is just ignorance on my part. So, is there a reason why no retail?
So that's a lot. Yeah. Again, I know I haven't given a short answer, so I'll give the short
No, no,
answer.
what?
We made that decision all the way back to Hellenica because what had happened is, so in the past, the wholesalers, right, who in essence manage the warehouses and then get this stuff out to retail, what they would do is they go, I'll take 300 copies of your game, or I'll take 200 copies of your game, I'll warehouse them and I'll get them out to distribution. And unfortunately, around the time we did Hellenica, 5 years ago, something like that, about a year earlier, they had started pushing the warehousing cost onto the publishers who
Oh,
already had razor
got
thin
it.
margins, right?
Right.
And so instead, what they do is instead of going, this month I'll take 200 copies, and then we'll revisit this in 2 months or whatever, they would go each week they'd go ship me 12 copies, right?
Right.
And then and so that's just not a profit margin you can work with. And so I said, screw it. I said, I don't care about the money. I had a great job. I don't care about money. I just want to I want to do this right by my publisher. And let's just say we're not going to retail. We're going to only do this at cons and via your website and Kickstarter, and that's it.
Yep.
And make this the whole game's a Kickstarter exclusive in essence, right?
Okay.
And
That's
we've done
fair.
that ever since. And that removes the idea of going into retail where, the publisher gets 20% or whatever
Sure.
of
Sure. Sure.
the
Sure.
retail price. And so it just made sense for us. And the truth is, my games are boutique games that are not, I would love to have Nigel's success with Voice.
Right.
Right?
Right.
I would love to have that success. Um, uh, but absent that, I just
Right.
don't. I think Kickstarter exclusive.
But it is a little bit of a niche, right? Like a little. It's not. Now again, it's interesting. Yeah, and I said yeah, I've talked to my buddy. Like I said, my buddy owns a game store here in the city, and we've talked about this a little bit, um,
Yep.
and occasionally I've encouraged him to go and
Yeah.
go, reach out to folks and go, well, can you get that game for me? Like, let's get that, like, get that in
Yeah,
here.
and so let's be clear. Retailers can, like, if you own a retail store, because it doesn't go into distribution, which is the proper
Right.
phrase. So it's not that it doesn't go into retail; it doesn't go into distribution, which is how most retailers get a game.
Yes.
If a retailer reaches out to my my publisher, Mr. B Games, and says, I would like to get, X number of copies of the game, he will absolutely entertain that,
Yep.
right? But
Well,
that has to be done that way, so it's not, at
sure,
redundant.
at the ridiculous, yes, absolutely, right? Because they're selling at 50%, MSRP anyway, right? Yeah, I get it. Interesting. So Nigel asked, "Are you doing another Q&A next week?"
Do you guys have the stamina for one?
Well,
So hey, real quick, I saw questions about why no mini or about minis and chips and that kind of thing. I'll say this: I'm almost of the opinion in that I will be a chips first designer for the rest of for at least the foreseeable future, as opposed to miniatures. Now that doesn't always the case. I'm really intrigued by the idea of doing a Space 4X game. Yes, an Eclipse or Twilight Imperium based on the story of system, like I used in
yeah.
Hellenica and Coming in Autumn. I'm really fascinated by that idea. And so the next big game I do outside Dragons Down probably would be something like that, to be honest. I haven't really begun much design work other than, stuff I've done, a couple years ago. But even there, the idea of a stack of ships as opposed to a bunch of miniatures really appeals to me. And I am thrilled with how things turned out in Dragons Down.
Well, I mean, I hate to say it, but chips are reminiscent of counters, right? I hate to say, don't give me. If you can't tell how old I am from my hair anyway and my beard, I like counters. I like the information on counters, right? There's a little bit of that, and you do lose that with minis. You just do.
Right.
And Eclipse gets around that because you, of course, aren't paying the stats of your ship aren't on the counter; it's on your board because you've designed the ship.
Yep.
But in a game where a juvenile dragon has these stats, putting a mini on the board doesn't help me much, right? I really want to know the stats of that darn thing, and I want to be able to pull those off the board and look and see what the heck's going on, so I can plan my line of attack. Done. So I do appreciate the chips. I think that's a good, it's a good it's a nice. Again, if you put cardboard counters in there, I would have still bought the game. But the chips are sort of a nice, what do you want to call it?
Yeah, we did that. It's interesting. We did that with Spring and Autumn. So when I did Hellenica, I threw everything in the initial box instead of going. Oh, like I'll give an example. I did a double-sided board. So one side is a relatively historical map of Greece. And then the backside was the way I had originally designed the game, which is literally hexes where you can place hex tiles so you could build your own map of Greece. That was a terrible decision because I greatly increased the price because now I have all this cardboard for the hexes and the map is double-sided, which is an expensive way to print. And almost nobody plays my favorite way to play the game, which is where you create your own map of Greece because it adds 20 minutes to the start of the game. If you're playing your first game, you don't even know what the hell is a good thing to build and what's a bad thing to build. And there's some really cool concepts in Hellenica around mines and things that can enhance cities. So anyway, but if I had said, you get the game, here's a map of Greece, which is what everybody plays on anyway, and then I came out with a second Kickstarter campaign that said you're gonna get a buildable map of Greece, people would have lost their minds.
Yeah.
So we did two campaigns for that game. We did about $250,000 in total across those two campaigns. And I probably could have pulled another $100,000 by doing that as a separate campaign because nobody bought it because of that stretch goal. They bought it because of the quality of that game.
So
also in that game, go ahead.
It's interesting because you essentially said I could do the same thing but stretch it out, and it would have been received better. Now, mind you, I assume that the price of the first game would have dropped because you could have just had a map of Greece, right? And you'd have just boom, here you go. Very interesting.
My publisher argued with me about it, or not argued, but he said, I don't want to do that. I think we should just do the one map. And I said, this is essential to my vision for this game. So now anytime we have a disagreement, he goes, remember we did the double-sided map for Hellenica? I'm like, yes, I do.
That's interesting. So there's an interesting question. So as you've aged, I suppose, or gained experience, Do
I like
you
that.
right? I'm sorry. I apologize. Because by the way, I just want to say something because the way we've set this up, and this is my fault because I am technically inept, even though I work in computers. So don't tell my boss.
Well,
You're grayer than I am.
I know. I'm older than you though.
I probably yes. I
I'm
mean,
57, so
not by much. Let's keep that in mind. Not by much. Anyway, don't tell my wife. No. So look. So have you? So has that changed? Have you softened in that sense? Right? Is that like I? You go, oh, my vision. Oh, I have this vision for this thing, right? Because even me, and I said I've designed almost nothing. I've already told you I'm a putz. I've actually had internet on Usenet, if you remember Usenet. I've had arguments about people playing my my tabletop role playing game, and I go, wow, that was stupid. Why am I telling this? Why am I ever telling this guy that's a bad idea? Now for you, it's a little more of a practical. Has your have you learned that lesson and say, my vision isn't quite as important?
so yeah, I think picking and choosing what is important for your design
Yeah.
is the critical skill. Um, the guy Richard Lanius, who designed Arkham Horror, he gave me some of the best advice I've ever heard, which he said, when you get feedback from people, they're telling you what they want the game to be, not what you want the game to be. So take their feedback with that lens on. And there's a lot of truth to that because even the stuff like that people throw out in Discord of like, hey, you should do this, or hey, this would be a good idea. And then what could happen is this. It happens anytime if I tease about something that I'm pondering doing, inevitably people take it significantly further. And
Okay.
it often violates some of my core tenets, like I'm not going to introduce new rules,
Right.
right? I'm going to leverage the existing system or things like that. Those would be additional components that, although they'd be really cool, would also be expensive. Right? And so I always have to measure those types of things before I can, when I'm making these types of decisions. So I've matured as a designer. Hellenica includes some stuff that, although thematic and really cool, is needless complexity. I'll give an example. When you build a temple, you choose one of the 10 gods in the game that you want the temple dedicated to, and you can cast invocations, i.e., spells, based on that. So if I have a temple to Zeus, I can cast invocations to Zeus. Well, I want to cast the level 2 or level 3 invocation, which are really powerful. Well, you can't do that until you have a second and a third temple to Zeus. And oh, by the way, it also costs 1, 2, or 3 favor with the gods to cast that spell. Well, that's such a buildup that often people don't get to it because getting 3 temples is actually not super easy necessarily in the game. So in spring and autumn, I just went with that. You get the philosophy, and then you can invoke that philosophy, which breaks a rule of the game in your favor. Much simpler system, and so a lot of each game's a learning experience, and Nigel can attest to the fact that Voidfall is this really seamlessly integrated, interworking system. I own a game. I won't even name it. Just but that he one of his first games, and he told me he said, "Oh God, there's so many concepts of Voidfall that are in that game." He said, and he's absolutely, my guess is that's how that works, right? And so
Huh.
I love that, and it shows Nigel's maturing as a game designer as well. And so I think I'm on a path, right? Just like Nigel's on a path, and the next games he comes out, he's more prolific than I am. The next games he comes out with, I'm sure will be, he'll look back and go, gosh, we could have simplified. I'm not saying you will, but we could have done this one thing, and it would have. Oh, I wish I had done this one thing slightly different. And I think that's the nature of game design.
One thing I always tell folks that work for me is if the user is telling you something is wrong, they're probably right. When they tell you what's wrong, they're probably wrong.
Well, that's a cool,
Right? It's interesting because it's just an interesting concept, and there's sort of weird parallels because I always said that there's parallels between games and development, right? Software development, because again, you are trying to create a system that is pleasing. And again, and computer games are even one level more than this, in my opinion, because not only do you have a technical system to try to make, but then you have a game which is, was this fun? Like I made this system, is this darn thing fun? And
Yeah. Yep.
but I think there's a similar sort of concept here. Like people can harp at you all day and go, oh yeah, this is bad, and I've probably done it. So keep that in mind. I'm probably don't know what I'm talking about, and but they're but I do feel that when people tell you, hey, something's wrong here, that they're probably right.
Yeah, they're talking, and especially because that's a great point. They're talking about a feeling,
Yeah.
right? And if it doesn't feel right, your feelings are always okay. How
So
you
I
act on them are the part that's, maybe not always in line. And by the way, I didn't mean to speak for Nigel. I'm sitting here going, and
no,
Nigel's probably this, and Nigel's probably that. My apologies. I don't mean to speak on someone else's
so
behalf. I just have a lot of respect for Nigel, and I've learned from what I've seen him do with his games. So.
Nigel asked, do you have a developer, the person who cuts those elements you love but no one else does?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's my publisher. My publisher is very objective about games, and he's been in the industry, actually in the industries, for 20 years. So he acts as the developer on my games. So yeah, he's
Yeah.
very involved that way. And I had I was a developer on a game, again, the Built for War, where the designer would say things like, not very often, but a couple times he said something like, "No, this is really essential to the game," and
So
and we'd have the "No, it's not"
so
discussion.
for those of us that are ignorant, as a developer, essentially an editor for all intents and purposes, is that what you're sort of getting at?
Yeah, kind of. That's probably the best analogy. The
Okay.
writer of a book versus the editor of a book. Um, it's valuable to have somebody who's objective about the game,
Sure.
who can put in things, who can look at it and go, yeah, I understand you're too close to it and you don't see this. And I'll give one example and drag it down. It's a pretty minor one, but people might enjoy it, which is, um, originally they were just blank tokens. The item and the treasure tokens, they were just blank. You found nothing.
Oh, interesting.
Right?
Okay.
Which is and and the basics was, and going back to what you said, this that doesn't feel very good.
Right.
I don't get anything. I mean, I go in there, I went all this way, I explored, and right, and you should give them something, and I disagreed.
Yeah.
And I was like, the world's a harsh place. Not everything gives you a reward.
Right.
Blah, blah. And so it's interesting to me. And by the way, absolutely right. Each one, find, even if I get an item, I'm like, oh, I found an item. I know there's no treasure there. Maybe that's important for fame and the monsters that are there, but
Right.
otherwise I'm going to move on to another tile. But at least I get something. Consolation
So,
prize.
so here's the
Right?
interesting thing about that. For me, interestingly, I didn't like those at first. I thought, treasure and item. I think those are the most boring possible things. So the fact they were
Nothing
blank is
more
even more
boring.
boring. But what I think about now is, it's sort of a catch-up mechanic a little bit. Like if you're having a bad game, then at the very least you can go to a new tile and get a thing possibly, right? Because it might be a site and that's awesome. And so that helps you get into the game. But if it's just a treasure and item, you're like, well, at least I got a thing for going off this way where those guys weren't, and got a treasure, and maybe it helps me move on in the game. So I sort of
It reward,
appreciate it as a catch-up mechanic at the very least.
yeah, it also rewards something that's positive to do, which is to explore. Right? I mean,
Yeah.
it rewards you for opening up. Originally, I had in there where there was an additional set of tokens that had, instead of the items, and treasures, there was one set in each was a monster.
Yeah.
That was already printed on a tile, so I don't remember exactly which ones it was. Goblins and the caves and stuff like that. And so you could flip it over, and not only would you get nothing, but you get an additional monster that could be summoned to that tile, including the idea that if that appeared in the goblins tile, you now were getting quadruple dice
Right.
goblins. right? Instead of double dice goblins. Um, and, and I experimented with the idea of, well, there's nothing pre-printed on there, and you put 2 tokens in every tile. And what I found is what happened is if you got 2 sites in a single tile, that was an incredibly safe tile to be in. The only thing that could come there are wandering monsters and guardians. And so you didn't have enough risk. So that didn't work either. And those are all things that frankly I worked out with the developer. And in this case, it was somebody who was assigned by my publisher because my publisher went through my publisher went through a merger with Mayfair Games, and so Mayfair Games and Mr. B Games are one entity now. And so he assigned a developer to the game, and we worked on a bunch of stuff together. And I didn't always agree, and he didn't always get his way, and I didn't always get my way. But there was always merits to it and factual discussion around it.
So how much has the design, so from that prototype that you had rolling about 20 years ago, like how much has it changed in your estimation?
Yeah, some stuff is identical. There are some parts of it that are absolutely identical, including names of tiles. I don't think a tile name has changed. The ancient hall was there 20 years ago, right?
Yeah.
Much maligned.
And it's ancient. Fancy that, right? I mean, perfect.
But I mean, if you go back and look at the designer diaries, I'm in essence, talking about this amazing concept of how monsters are summoned. This would be, a year and a half ago, or 2 years ago, whatever. It's an amazing way monsters are summoned, and then it turned out to be, nope, really fiddly, right? And that was a developer suggestion. Hey, Scott, I see originally there was an additional number on every single monster chip. A 1 or a 2 on every single one. And so when you summoned a monster, you would pull a chip and you'd look at if it was a 1 or 2, and that monster was going to the towel. You'd pull another monster, and that was a 1 or a 2, and it would go. And you'd keep pulling until you got a different number than whatever was the first one you pulled, which was really cool because then there was no predictability. You could have one monster, you could have literally half the monsters appear anytime there was a monster summoned. But the law of averages said most likely you're going to get a couple. Really cool concept. Really hot garbage in practice because every monster summon was just brutal. He goes, I think it needs to be dice. And why can't you just do that with probabilities on a dice roll that's done at the same time as summoning? I'm like, yeah, that's a great idea. And that's what's in the game. So
yeah, it's interesting because some things sort of, you can break the flow of the game, right? And one thing about Dragons Down is the flow's pretty good in the sense that, I can take my turn, boom, 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 right? Do my actions. You can do it. The only exception to that, by the way, is trading. Trading's actually the one thing I think that breaks the flow nowadays, kind of, right? If that makes any sense.
Yep.
And to some degree with natives as they stand now, sometimes the natives can be clunky only because you then have to check, does this native move from here to here because of all the, right? You have to go and say, okay, where can this native go? Like where can it be? Where can it go? Yeah. And that can be a little bit long at times. If you get the all 3, that's a lot of looking. I think
I'll agree with you I'll agree with you for sure on the going to emergent.
Yeah.
I will say at Gen Con and by the way, I don't necessarily recommend teaching it with 4 newbies unless they're really into it. There were 4 dudes, all friends, who played, where it was just a absolute blast. And they're the only group that went PvP and threw down at the end. And and the guy who won was actually a guy who died. Just wonderful kind of laughing and and they were all picking on the one guy and they were just laughing at each other's misery. But there were a couple of the games where teaching with 4 players, all first timers who didn't necessarily know what the concepts were or anything, where bad idea to go 3, right? And what I would recommend you do, if for people who know the game, you get to a trade and you're going to go do your thing. Next person, just take your turn because it's not going to impact you. Right. So
yeah, no, that's a good idea actually to some degree, right? I mean, it's or just make like because I've watched some playthroughs, of course. Just make them open. That way, everybody's at least engaged, looking at stuff going. Even though it's a little bit cheesy in the sense that you have information you wouldn't have had, but at least everybody's looking and going, oh, I could use that, right? You know what I mean? That's sort of at least something that gets people into it a little bit. Extreme options sound great in principle, but just realize someone will experience that as their first game and walk away, thinking that's typical, which is exploding dice, is what Nigel said. Victor says we have great chemistry. Well, okay, maybe. I don't know, but look, I don't want to date you. I'm just saying, like, let's just cut that off right here.
Not had that much alcohol, and there's not that much alcohol in the world.
Look, yeah, that's a lot of alcohol. That's a lot of booze. Victor, if you buy me booze, then maybe let's talk about this. But
now you're overpriced. It's funny. One of the things that didn't make it into the game too was the concept of every terrain. There are adult dragons that are across all the terrain, just like there are orcs across all terrain. One of the concepts that just was prohibitive was the concept of each terrain having its own unique dragons.
Yes. Okay.
Black dragons,
right.
Black dragons, red dragons, green dragons, etc., based upon the tile you were in. That all would. So then it wasn't a fireball. It was
right.
Things. But then I realized the thing that killed that was I had to come up with either explanations of what their special abilities were, or they had to be tied to spells, and that didn't always work unless I was going to expand the spells, right? And then I'm right back in my Hellenica territory of the buildable map, where by giving more, I actually give less, because people are going to just be so overwhelmed. Even like when my first game teaching at Gen Con, I let people choose from all the lineages and all the classes, and there's 24 classes, and and people are going, what should I choose? I go, I recommend not choosing spells, not because it's hard, but just because then I have to do a little bit more explanation for you. And inevitably somebody would go, well, hell yeah, I want to do that then, right? And so what I started doing was I started setting up the player boards where I'd have a knight, a rogue, a warrior, and a sorcerer. And I forget the exact combinations of lineages. And then everybody got to experience a little bit about what spells were like, a little bit about what sneaking around was like, what it was like to be a tank, and what it was like to be like a mid-level fighter. And so everybody got to experience all aspects of the game vicariously if they weren't playing that class. And that's the way to do it, right? Or give 3 classes to each person, or 2 classes, and go choose one of these, right? Just limit that, because more is not better.
Right.
If you're overwhelmed.
Yes, Nigel said a curated experience for your first game is a great idea, which I do agree. Right, that's probably a good idea. Victor says, as someone who wishes every faction in Twilight Imperium had a different, completely unique set of units, unique dragons sounds amazing. That sounds like a optional house rule variant that he's going to publish for us, and we're gonna pull into our own games when we want to do that. Right, that's what that sounds like.
He meaning Victor, right? Not
Scott, Victor. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
All right.
No, it is sort of it's interesting because that first game experience and I don't know, because my main problem with some of this stuff is I love these games, and I sort of like you know what I mean? Like, I go and like Magic Realm now is nothing like the new game like Fallen Lands or Fallout or Skyrim or whatever, right? It's easy to consume, and I think sometimes you lose track of not everybody picks that stuff up as quickly. Not saying that, I'm smarter than a bunch, because I'm not. But you know what I mean? Like, but I the language of games is something that I've studied more than I've studied anything else in my life, right? My degree was in physics or pinball and role-playing games, and you know what I mean? Like, that's what I did when I was in. Like, that's what I've done for most of the time. So it's hard to go, how do you? Someone that's coming at the first time and they've never seen Magic Realm. Dragon's Down's a new experience for them. It's not it's not that the rules are because again, the rules are different. Like, you did not go, I do agree. You didn't go from Magic Realm and say, well, let me pare this back, because that would have been a totally different game. That would have been Magic Realm Light. That's a different game.
Yep.
But
can I add one quick comment?
Go ahead.
On
Yeah,
this?
absolutely. Please.
Which is just I am not playing Super Realm or any other expanded Magic Realm games right now, mainly because I don't want to poison the creative energies that I might put into if I do go down the path of more terrain packs and whatnot, right? I want to kind of keep that more pure of an experience, right?
Interesting.
Because I don't want a Drags Down is not intended to be a derivative work.
Sure.
It is, and so, anyway.
And I feel a little bad because again, I've continuously compared the two, but it is inevitable, right? It absolutely is for those of us that have played Magic Realm for 4 decades, of which you are that person, it's just hard to not compare the two, right? They are parallel lines, and you go, okay, let me see where I fall on here. And some things I think Magic Realm is, feels better with this, and some things I go, well, Dragon's Down feels better with this. I think, like I said, if you told me combat, I go, it's Dragon's Down. Dragon's Down wins combat. Like if you were putting them together in a cage match, right? Thunderdome for the 2 games. If I'm Tina Turner, I am saying that Dragon's Down wins combat, which is a big win, by the way. Don't get me wrong. It's a big win. And
the fact, by the way, you just said, I'm sorry, I've done nothing but, compare the two, and then literally you compared the two again.
Yes. No, but here's the problem. So let's keep this in mind. I love the game. I do. I love the game. I love both the games. I think they both hit a very sweet spot. And let's understand something. So I'm going to fanboy for a minute. I have played Talisman. Now, Talisman's not a game. Let's understand. I'm with Greg Kostikian on this. Talisman's not a game. So stop. But I played Skyrim and Runebound, which, again, I think Runebound is skillfully done. And I think Skyrim is skillfully done. And I think Fallout is skillfully done. I think they're all skillfully done. So not to disparage them, because it sucks to have some rando on the internet shit on your work who has done nothing. And so I get that, right? I get it. I understand. But of those games, the only game I care to talk about right now is Dragon's Down, because it actually hits the points correctly, if that makes any sense to you. And maybe it doesn't, and maybe it offends you as a designer that I am.
What I've just heard you say is this: you said, here I'm going to reword what you just said in my own words for my own edification.
Yeah.
Drags Down is the first game that actually promised to deliver an experience that evoked what I felt with Magic Realm.
Yes.
And so could there be higher praise? I mean, just to be blunt, isn't that literally what I said I wanted to do? And I wanted to, but I'll throw out this too, is, there are people on this stream I know, and there are people on Discord I know who have said, I always wanted to play Magic Realm, but I couldn't.
Yes.
And so for those people who don't come from a Magic Realm experience, to see them playing Dragon's Down and jumping into a game with me, or seeing them post about a session report about something that happened, or seeing Cthulhu Kid put up in his blog a turn order, and seeing people comment on his blog saying, I didn't even know about this game, I'm going to go get it. It's like, hot diggity.
Well,
and it's not about, I'd get money. I don't get any money, right? None of us get money. Nobody makes money at board games, right? But the idea that that I have potential to create a memory with somebody that I'll never meet.
Right. Yeah.
Give me that all day long.
Well, interesting note. So I have a guy who plays my tabletop game, right? And I've known him since middle school, right? One of my best friends, love him to death. He doesn't know any of the rules of any of the games that he's ever played, right? He's not that guy. And he's very enthusiastic and but he's just not that guy. And so one night we're like, hey, let's just get together and play Magic Realm. And I thought, oh my God, he's said he wants to come. Sure, he can come. He's gonna hate this, right? He loves Magic Realm. Now I know he doesn't know how to play it exactly, but he loves the game, right? There obviously is this invocative thing for, say, Magic Realm that again, but when I get that copy of Dragon's Down, I guarantee I'm gonna sit him down and we're gonna play that Dragon's Down. And the best part is I think he'll love that game and he'll understand it. Like that's the funny part is he'll actually be able to play it.
Let's be clear. The reason I've been on your stream for 3.5 hours or whatever it's been.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's because I've created a game that allows you to actually play the game and not run the game for everybody that you are playing the game with.
You're right, actually, believe it or not. Like, that is absolutely true.
You owe me big time, Chris.
I do sort of owe you. Do you want what? You don't drink, so I can't. What can I buy you? Like, what can I? I'm gonna. So, what do you want me to send you? Like, you know, not bourbon because you don't drink bourbon, as far as I understand. So,
I don't.
I do appreciate
something that I'm kind of intrigued by, and I'm not ready to go there yet. But porting aspects of Dragons Down to a post-apocalyptic setting sounds really intriguing to me. That'll be something I do one day, maybe when I'm 70. But probably when I'll get around.
There you go. Well, I played I played Fallen Land, I think it was. I forget. I had to go look at my stream. I was sort of intrigued by that game, and I think it's not like there's a lot of these games aren't bad, but a lot of them have the core mechanic where you get an encounter and then you read the encounter and then make a pass fail kind of check and then do the good thing or the bad thing. And I wish I liked that more because there's a lot of games that sort of hinge on that now, narrative games or whatever. And I just don't love that. And I can't quite get into it. I can't Fallout I wanted to love, Skyrim I wanted to love, Fallen Land I wanted to love, and I just can't quite get there. And you ultimately have 600 cards or whatever, and you're like, yeah, but I don't love the story this tells. And I just can't get there. And I wish I did because
that circles all the way back. That's the equivalent of rolling a 7 to win the battle, 7 or high or whatever. It's
and yes, Scott is the Scott, by the way.
It's like and again I struggle like if I've succeeded at anything in Dragon's Down, it's the idea that I haven't scripted out a card that tells you what happened. And then you're supposed to imagine that that's what happened, but rather you play the game, and in the process of playing the game, it creates the story that would have been written on the card, right? And I think that's pretty cool. That's kind of what I was after.
And I like Fallen Land a little bit. Like I like those games to one degree or another, but none of them hit that high. And it's weird because again, and this is one of those times, and we've talked about this super briefly when we were on Discord before, to prepare for this, was I am perfectly willing to say I have this weirdly strong opinion that I know no one else holds, and I'm okay with that, right? I'm okay saying I'm wrong and you're all right because it's just me. And I bitch about the victory conditions for Dragon's Down. I bitch about Magic Realm. And the same thing with Fallen Land. I actually like the gist of Fallen Land or Fallout or Skyrim, but it still falls short for me. I can't quite get there, right? And it's weird because I hold these epic fantasy board games, is what I like to call them, which is Talisman, Magic Realm, Dragon's Down, Runebound, Return of the Heroes, right? That sort of large-scale operational fantasy game, as opposed to Gloomhaven, Descent, the tactical game. Like those I just discount because I'm like, I'm just going to play D&D. I got this game. I already have that game. Right. I hold those to a weird standard. Like I want those games to feel like me sitting in a corner in my room at 15 with Magic Realm in the corner of my floor, because I'm an only child with no pets, so I'm good. No one's coming into that room because no one wants to touch, right? And I'm playing 8 characters in Magic Realm for weeks at a time, and it's just on my floor. Like, that's sort of the game I want. Like you said, when you were young and playing Magic Realm, that feeling of that game. That's what I'm trying to accomplish. Like, get back to my nostalgia is that game. And no one's going to beat like, I've had a love affair for 40 plus years with Magic Realm, so you can't quite get that. Nothing touches that, right? You're not Glenn Closing my wife of 40 years. I think it was Glenn Close in 9.5 weeks. Like, that just doesn't happen, right?
I went Glengarry, Glenn Ross. See this?
Oh, there
you more than your car.
Right. But Dragon's Down, that's actually the game I go, oh, that game does that a little bit. Like, that makes sense. And I was hungry for that game because I bought all these games. They're sitting on my damn shelf right now collecting dust. I have Fallout, I have Skyrim, I have Runebound, I have all these games. And I'm like, man, what gives me that joy? And so far, this is the game that gives me a little bit of that joy. And I think
mission accomplished.
Yeah, right. if a couple years from now with some expansions and so on, I think, okay, because again, Hamlin never got to do that because Magic Realm was never successful enough for him. And that game was tumultuous. Its development was a mess, right? He got ill. There was like weather stuff happened. Like, everything went wrong with that game. It was like the cursed game.
There's a lot of stuff in Magic Realm too that is unnecessary. Like, more is not better. I know of at least one person that's been on this stream that is a big fan of weather rules. It's just. I'm not a fan. No, it's needless complexity for the core gaming experience of that.
I agree with. Actually, funny part, I agree with you. Like, so when I did the quest for, not that I'm plugging my quest friend because no one gives a shit but me, and that's fine. Again, I'm perfectly fine with that. But I abstract that. Like, you can get rid of that. Like, you can say, oh, this week you get some extra phases, or this week there's a day when the storm's coming in. If you're sheltered, you get a point or you get a bonus. And if you're not sheltered, you fatigue. Like, that's the weather rules I never think worked. I think we're always sort of like, hey, let's make this game as clunky as possible by making sure you only get 3 phases every day. Like, what?
Same way with like stumble and fumble and all that.
Right.
It is an attempt to introduce some rest. In the end result, again, I don't necessarily want to talk about Magic Realm, but
I'm sorry.
I'm talking about it in the terms of why Dragon's Down is the way it is.
Yeah.
I'll give an example. I don't remember exactly if it was your comments that were the impetus for this, but the idea that making it so the natives have a little bit of something that's worthwhile to go after by giving them, giving them a little bit more importance by having them have an item, a treasure, and one mission that is non-replenishable, right? So if you take a mission from them, you don't get another one like the merchants do, right? But right? And if you kill them, you can get those, you can steal those. So, okay, now there's a little bit more reward for the risk, right? So that's a cool concept, right? The immediate response that I saw was, oh, and then you could have printed on the civilization cards where every one has different sets of stuff. And it's like, I don't want to do that. That's a house rule. That feels like a house rule to me. Because what you don't want to do is, oh, these natives have arrived. Now let's look and see on the card what? Oh, this one gets 2 missions, 1 item, and 1 treasure, right? You just don't want to have those additional slowdowns.
Right.
And I had the same conversation about something else, which was even the idea of additional map tokens instead of pre-printed monsters on the tiles. yeah, there's 1,000 decisions, or it's probably not that many, 100 decisions in the game, each of which added 2% more complexity, and any one of
Right.
which would be really cool to have in the game. But stack ranking those so you knew which were the ones to include and which were the ones not to include is really difficult to do because what's important to me might not be the same as what's important to you. By the way, circling back to Nigel and Voidfall,
Right.
I can't imagine in a game with all the complexity of that, if you've played that, it's kind of like, anyway, there's I'm sure there were a ton of decisions. Nigel shared a little bit with me that was really cool to hear about on some of the decision process on some of that stuff and what got cut and what stayed and whatnot. I think one of the things I won't speak for him. There were just some really cool. It's really cool, by the way, to talk designer to designer and hear that despite the fact that I still consider myself a rank amateur, a lot of the things that have organically developed are right in line with the way that somebody with Nigel's pedigree has done as well, right? And so I start to feel like maybe I do know a little bit about what I'm doing or something.
I mean, so again, I don't know what your day job is, but again, in my day job, imposter syndrome is a thing, right? There's so much to know that you invariably feel like, well, I'm not enough, right? Like it's sort of a common syndrome. I definitely think that you have at least enough of a pedigree to go, I've done this, right? You're a professional. You've done this.
Yeah. Like, did you guys see the Dice Tower thing where Tom Bassel tackled the question of whether he was a professional reviewer or not? I was like, dude, if you're not a professional reviewer,
like
literally nobody
who
on
is?
the planet is.
Who
right?
is? Right. No,
So
I'm not a professional
I
anything. Like, look
you
at
know,
me. Like,
the greatest joy of designing games, in all seriousness, was the day that my first game I ever did, Realm of Heroes, which got savaged by said Mr. Vassal, as well as plenty of other reviewers as well. It's a game we just packaged it wrong, but really cool game. You can actually get it downloaded on Steam and play against AI. AI will kick your butt. But anyway, was the day that I was in the local game store with my son, who was, I don't know, 10 at the time or whatever, and he looks at the shelf and goes, "Wait a minute. You're telling me that a game you created is on a shelf? You can like buy it?" And I was like, "Yeah. Normal people do really cool things. You don't have to, don't think imposter syndrome where you aren't something. Just but 90% of the world has ideas about what they want to do. They just don't take the next step to take it to action, right? And go, how do I solve this problem to get to in the next problem, right?
Super interesting. Again, I'm bringing it back to my experience, and I have said this in meetings and actually gotten chastised for it. Ideas are valueless. Everyone has ideas. Literally everybody in the universe has an idea. Everybody has a video game idea. Everybody has a board game idea. Everybody has a idea for the killer product. The actual value is taking the A to Z, taking that idea to fruition is the skill.
100%.
And certainly some people have better ideas than others. Let's understand something. Like certain people but the actual skill is moving that idea from zero to done, to conception, to practical use. And that is amazingly difficult. And that involves a ton of vetting your ideas, as it were, your pieces of that idea, and which is why presumably which I never knew, by the way. You just said, "Oh, do you have a developer?" And I'm like, "Oh, this is a thing about board game design I never heard about, a developer." Right? Which is really? Why you have someone else talking to you about why are you doing this exactly, right? Because vetting those ideas, those small ideas on the way to fruition is important. And it's the same reason in, say, software development, why, you have various people in product and various business stakeholders and so on vetting your ideas the whole time. So it's sort of interesting. And I do think there's parallels, by the way.
So you want to hear kind of just a humorous little anecdote about this. So I used to do run the Mr. B. So Mr. B runs a convention. It's pure gaming convention. 500 people show up, something like that. It's not a big one, obviously, 1,000 people here in Denver, and it's the week of September 6th through the 8th. I always used to run the Mr. B game design contest where I was one of the judges, and we had other judges like Mike Fitzgerald and others who had, did baseball highlights and a bunch of other games. And so we would do this this thing, and people would pitch their games, and inevitably, here's what would happen. People would come in, and the first thing they'd start telling me is about the mechanics of the game. Here's how this works. On your turn, here's what you do, right? And and so I always used to talk about, if you're pitching a game, what you actually want, you start high level, right? And then you work your way down. So first you talk about the feelings. I mean, there's a reason why, if you go back, quite a few years, there was that dude who made a career out of doing movie trailers in a world where
right,
blah blah blah. And so one of the very first things I did with Dragons Down was I wrote the foreword that is at the beginning of the manual. Okay. Right? I thought they were crazy. I thought they were crazy. I forget exactly what it says, but I thought they were crazy. Moving back into the area where the dragons had come down from the sky. Even if it was 200 years, everybody knows that a dragon's lifetime is far longer than that. Yet here I am, like all the other fools, stepping into or seeking fame and fortune, or seeking fortune or fame and a little bit of coin in my pocket, blah, blah, blah. That was one of the first things I wrote about the game, because that's the pitch of the game.
Yeah.
Is I wanted people to know, what am I supposed to feel when I play the game? And everything else flows from that, right? And so the idea that when you're sneaking is I want you to feel like you're crouched, behind a rock and trying to move your way through the clearing or whatever, right? So I got about 15 more minutes before.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I mean, it's been 4 hours. I can't ask more of you. I feel I've asked about as much as I can of you. So, I appreciate this a lot, by the way. I mean, by the way, this YouTube channel, pointless.
We can narrow it to an individual component or something, like, the complexities of combat, or player versus player, or, hey, like I'll say this, one of the questions I used to get on the game was, this might be even a worthy topic to discuss time, is I don't understand why I don't take more wounds if I get hit harder. Right? So like if I get hit with a strength of 1, I take 1 wound. If I get hit by a strength of 3, I take 1 wound, if I have armor. Right?
Yeah.
Why is that?
So again, I mean, I appreciate this a lot. There's literally, I mean, to be quite honest with you, there's no reason for you to come on here, this channel, and talk to me, because you know what? I'm a nobody. Like, I have 6 people watching at any given time, and it's and I'm good with that. But I am very glad. I'm super glad that you came on and hung out because I'm never making money off this channel. Let's understand. Like, I'm not going to be like all of a sudden like pulling in money from YouTube on this channel. This is a hobbyist channel. I'm here because I play a lot of games and I don't want to be alone, if that makes any sense. So I appreciate it. I'm glad you came. I'm glad for everyone on the chat. And this was fun. I hope you had fun.
I absolutely had fun. What's been pretty cool is to see people hopping into Tabletop Simulator or hopping into the Discord, or even, earlier Michael made the comment of, sorry, I gotta go. I got a halfling warrior that's calling my name. Right. So hopefully this gives a little picture, a little bit more vision behind the scenes. I've been, at times, I'm incredibly open. I'm incredibly approachable. sometimes to my detriment, because I can ideate on the outside of my body about something I may think is a good idea or want to do.
Right.
And then if I'm not able to deliver on it, I sometimes feel bad on that. So I've shared a lot here, and I feel pretty close to the community. I feel the community certainly supported me, and that gives me the feeling that I can be open with folks.
Yeah.
And so I just appreciate the support from the community, and let's see if we can get one of these campaigns to be $1 million campaign. Then I will be really
then we're talking. I don't know. Starlink. I don't know what we're gonna do. Like Dragons Down, Chat GPT, OpenAI, whatever. Yeah, 100%. No. No, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. I really did I enjoyed this talk a great deal. I do feel I need to interact more with the various with Discord and the community, because I'm sort of a weird loner. I sort of lurk a lot and don't do much. And again, that's more psychological me than anything else. So keep that in mind.
It's all good. I appreciate you making the time for me as well. This has been a lot of fun. It's always great to connect to folks, and the fact that we've had almost 15 people just sitting here for 4 hours with us on a today's Friday. No, is today Friday?
It's Saturday now, but it was Friday, and
on a Friday night.
And I like hearing about what you do to design. I think it's sort of fun because again, I'm not really a game designer. Like I don't sit and design a lot of games. I do a lot of goofy stuff for myself. So hearing like an honest to God designer's philosophy is sort of interesting, and you obviously have a lot of whatever connection and so on. That's interesting to me personally. So again, thank you. That was very gracious of you to come on the channel. Victor and Nigel and Terry and Scott, my Scott, not your Scott, and Kirk. I appreciate you showing up and hanging out and chatting.
Yeah. So thanks everybody for sticking around. That was great fun. Maybe we'll do this again sometime when we get closer to Native's launch or something. Deal?
Yeah, man. Thank you. Again, I appreciate it a lot, but I think it's time to at least sign off.
Everybody have a great night, and thanks for hanging out with us on a Friday night.
Yeah, a ridiculous amount of time. Yes, thank you. Thanks a lot.